why we are here. So after the first day conversations, the keynote presentations, and the panel discussions, tomorrow, all the scientists will be grouped into various groups to discuss and come out with action plans on how we're going to go. Let me also add that the National Service Secretariat has also joined us in this kind of conversation.
So what you mean is that the findings of this conference will be put to use?
Yes, definitely.
Let me also gauge your mood, because it takes a lot to organize such a conference.
It does.
And from you it takes a lot to organize this conference, and from you sponsors, that are a lot. What does it take? Very capital intensive, but how much energy are you putting into it, and what is the success rate you are anticipating?
To be honest, this is one program that we are so much enthusiastic about, because we believe that, you know, most of our scientists have come up with various findings on various issues, but as at now, we are here to put it into huge commercial use. So for Jospong, our interest is in how do we apply all that has been found out to real grounds work. So let's move it from the table to the ground, so that we can have value for whatever scientific findings have been made. I mean, if you go to CSIR, they have come up with all sort of, I'm told there are rice that you can plant for 4 seasons. There are different things like that. How can we get this to the ground so that
because
it can
it's not known to a lot of people?
No, most people don't know.
The rice farmers are not aware of it.
So our desire and our purpose is to ensure that whatever action plans come out today will be applied to the ground, so that the land will yield that which has been found in the books.
Okay.
You understand? Because that's why we are here today.
Good. And then the next point, when you were mentioning the partners, you said the Church of Pentecost.
Yes.
How much of involvement is the church in this conference and the outcome of this conference as well?
The Church of Pentecost has, for the past 5 years, had its theme as possessing the nations. How best can you possess the nations than through the stomach of the people? And so the Church of Pentecost found it necessary that if we are possessing the nations and one of our own is coming out to such a huge program, why don't we support and ensure that at the end of the day we are all part of the success story? So the Church of Pentecost is supporting us with their facilities, with you, the media and all. So yes, the Church of Pentecost is so much involved in this.
Okay, so what we are doing here today has a by and large effect on the country.
Yes.
What is your expectation from this conference, especially those of you organizers, to the Ghanaian public, about the kind of findings that will be coming out, conclusion that will be coming? How much of value must we place on the findings that will be coming and the action to put to work?
Let me say that whatever findings that has to be found has been found already.
Okay.
As I said, some of these institutions are already coming up with things that they have found, how we can do planting better, how we can get the best out of our land, how we can get the best out of our seasons and all that. But today, the plan is, what is the action being put in place to ensure that these findings do not remain on the books? And we are excited to say that we are expecting Ghanaians, farmers, and we are happy to say that all of this, the farmers are also part of it. Farmers Association are also encouraged to be part of it. Let us all, after all the action plans have been drawn, let us all ensure that it is implemented to the letter. Yeah. To ensure that at the end of the day, it doesn't remain on the books again, but the land will yield it.
Now, when you come to implementation, I think one of the major partners has to be government.
Yes.
In terms of policy shaping and making sure that everything that is discussed and concluded here put to work. How much of expectation are you looking forward to see that the government implement to the latter and also make conditions available? Because not all things that you can provide, but if policies are friendly for the farmers, they will work at it. So, Ministry of Agriculture is coming. That's nice, coming from government. But how much of premium are you expecting that the government will take on this 2-day deliberations? And some of the findings you are saying that it's not new, but make sure that it's implemented to the core so that Ghana will benefit.
So, I'm excited to say that the presence of the Minister of Agric, Honorable Brian Achampong, is the highest you can expect. Okay. That tells you how committed they are. Otherwise, most of the times we'll be like, oh, let the chief director go, let this person. But this one, he wants to be here himself, and he's not coming alone.
Right.
Because as I said, we are also looking at the environmental implications of whatever activities we're going to undertake.
Okay.
And so the Minister for Environment is also coming along. And I can assure you that government is fully in support of what you're doing, and they're excited to see.
Finally,
results.
how do you encourage somebody who is watching? Because yesterday when I spoke with one of the scientists, somebody was saying that this, Ghana is a talk shop, is a talk shop, is a talk shop. What is a promise to people who are watching that this time around, this 2-day conference, is only going to be a talk shop, but real action will be taken?
So I can tell you frankly that from here, this is not going to be a talk shop. You know why? We have brought friends from Nigeria to come and show us how they do it. So it's not just a matter of having the information, but how is it being done? And as I said, the National Service is also supporting. Very soon you see them support. And I'm sure the Jospong Group is our main desire, that is through the Asian African Consortium, is to acquire lands, some of which are already in existence, and to acquire more, and to see that the scientists will shepherd the students, the farmers, and everybody to ensure that whatever we say we have found out, we are doing it. So it's a serious commitment to this one, and I'm sure it will surely come to pass.
Agricultural business cannot be concluded without funding.
Definitely.
As part of your partners, do we have funding agencies as part of this conference?
We are speaking to some of them. We are speaking to some of them. And just when we are entrepreneurs.
Of course.
So that is our our area. So
that's supposed to be that you are here as a funding agency?
We might not necessarily be the funding agency, but we will find it because
Certainly.
we will know how to do it.
That's a nice one.
Thank you so much.
He is talking to the Chief Corporate Communications Officer for the Jospong Group of Companies, Mrs. Sophia Kudeji. The conference, barely in the next about 3 or 4 minutes, will start. This is a 2-day conference that's happening here at Pentecost Convention Center. The essence of it is that we are enhancing food security, and the role of Ghanaian scientists, that is the reference point that we are talking about this morning. In fact, the reference point is that as Ghanaians and the scientists we have, we should be able to work around our own thing, trying to contextualize the policies and then ideas that we have into the Ghanaian setting so that the farmers will profit. And so this 2 days conference is very packed. Like the CCEO said, most of the findings are not new, just that this time around a lot of scientists are coming together. There will be a lot of brainstorming. The government is highly represented by the minister himself and then the Minister for Environment as well. 2 of them are coming, and so it tells you the kind of premium government attaches to this conference. Already the Jospong Group of Companies leader or the boss is already here. Elder Dr. Siao is seated. There are a lot of prominent... Okay, and Mrs. Ade is also here, Chief Executive Officer for Asian African Consortium is also here. There are a lot of prominent people, and I'm also excited this morning to have seen our great and big time agricultural scientists that we have not seen for a while. All of them are coming here. So they are being come for 2 days to brainstorm on issues, make their findings very, very practicable, so that farmers and everybody at every nook and cranny of this country will have access to it. Agriculture, as we know, is the backbone of this country, and we cannot do without agric. And so there are a lot of issues that will be explored during this 2-day conference, and we are here to drop it to you as and when it comes in. So there will be, like you said, a keynote address will be coming, and then later on there will be a break session. After the break session, they will also go ahead and make sure that there will be further engagement and discussion and work at it together. We are proudly sponsored, this live transmission is sponsored by, as usual, Dr. Nana K. Jesse Company Limited. When you come to Nest Computers, they are your end that you can go for all your computer accessories. They are one of our main sponsors who are also helping this month. And of course, Samli's Enterprise helping our outfits already on point. As you can hear from the background, the conference is about to start. So let's pause here and get to the main auditorium. And then when we have the first break, we'll come back to come and dissect the issues that are coming up. We are hoping that by the end of these 2 days, a lot of things will have happened. And this is what Ghana needs. We need to get information from the Ghanaian perspective, and then so that we can apply it and then learn the best practices to affect our agricultural sector so that there will be food. There will be enough food in the country, devoid of food shortages. And so that's what we are saying. We'll get back to you after we are done. My name is JB Danko. I'm here with the crew of Gaston, all the squad are here. We promise to give you the best. So Daniel Mante and co, take it up from me, and later on we'll link up and continue the discussion. God bless you. We'll see you again. Bye.
The Ghana Food Security Conference will start very soon. You can tell the participants are ready. JB Dankwa giving us updates from there. His interview with the CEO of the Jospong Group of Companies. Well, take note that this is a Ghana Food Security Conference taking place at the Pentecost Convention Center in Gomwa, Fete. Now, this conference is brought to you by the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, in collaboration with the Ministry of Food and Agriculture and also the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, of course, powered by the Jospong Group of Companies. Jospong is one of the key partners. What is expected to happen at this conference, just as you see, I'm sure there will be some exhibitions here and there. Also key will be round table discussions talking about food security, how we can help Ghana, especially when it comes to food. You know, when it comes to the components of food security, really, it's about availability, number one. It's about the access to the food itself. It's about also supplying it to individuals who will consume it. And when it comes to the consumption, it's also about not just consuming anything, but food that is very, very nutritious, very important. So I'm sure at this particular conference, all these things will be talking about them. But take note that the conference is on the theme, a very, very key one. We are looking at the role of scientists, really, the role of scientists. And this is key, the role of scientists in enhancing food security. That is the theme for this two-day conference. Today and tomorrow. Today is more like the opening ceremony, kind of, just to begin the conference. It's a roundtable discussion. We're expecting all the key stakeholders. Listening to my colleague JB Dankwa's earlier interview, we know that the National Service Secretariat has also even joined, or the National Service Scheme has joined this particular conference. But all the key persons will be at this conference. Again, it's a Ghana Food Security Conference brought to you by the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. Very, very important. And it's supported by the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, also the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. And Jospong Group of Companies is partnering these institutions to bring you what you are seeing today. So very soon, we will join the live feed, but maybe let me just go through a few things, what is expected to happen at this conference. The Church of Pentecost is supporting this conference big time. So as part of the program lineup today, we're expecting an address by the church. The church will make a presentation at this roundtable discussion that is key. So maybe you just be wondering, this is a national agenda. It's part of the Possessing the Nations agenda. We are interested in making sure that our farmers, all of us, have enough when it comes to food security, and the Church of Pentecost is interested in this matter as well. So I'm just going to wait for us to know exactly the presentation that will be done by the Church of Pentecost. We will also be hearing from the chief executive, maybe not chief executive, executive chairman rather, of the Jospong Group of Companies. They are partners in this, and they will also be making a statement or a presentation at this particular conference. It's a workshop, so we should be expecting to see a lot. The guest speakers expected at this opening session is the Honorable Dr. Kwekwe MP, and also Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. So it's power-packed. In fact, later in the afternoon, there will be a panel discussion on rice and maize production. And when I look at the guests expected to be part of this panel discussion, this is big-time professors and doctors. These are all scientists, obviously. We are looking at their role in enhancing food security. So that will come up later in the afternoon. There will be another panel discussion also on soybean, tomatoes, onion productions, and more. These will all happen today. Tomorrow will be another time before the conference finally ends. So it's today and tomorrow. It's a Ghana Food Security Conference brought to you by the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, proudly supported by Jospong Group of Companies. The Ministry of Food and Agriculture is behind this as well. The Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation is also part. We are just getting ready. Very, very soon we'll bring you the live pictures from the center. But this is all supposed to help us in terms of our food security. Food is very important for us. And which foods can we actually work out, store, produce ourselves here, so that we can sit down and relax and say that for the next 5 years, for the next 10, 20 years, we shouldn't have issues with food. If there will be any shortage at all, these food crops, this one and that one, at least we know for sure that we can keep them. Rice is one area we should be looking at. Maize is another. The cereals. In Ghana, we produce about 60, 61, 62% of these cereals. The rest, we bring them into Ghana, and that is why when the Ukraine-Russia war began, we started having issues with some of our grains and cereals. But at this conference, at this workshop, we are looking at discussing these matters and many more. And that is why it is very, very important for you to be part of this conference. So you may not be at the Pentecost Convention Center, but obviously you can join us here on Pent TV. We're streaming live on Facebook and on YouTube. So look out for Pent TV GH, Pent TV GH, Pent TV GH, and be part of this workshop, this conference, this conversation. If you want our food to be wholesome, number one, if you want us to have easy access to food, if you are looking at ways that our scientists can contribute in enhancing our food security, then this conference, you must have interest in it. And like I said from the beginning, the Church of Pentecost is involved in this whole conference. The Church of Pentecost is interested in food security, and that is why the church will also be making a statement at the conference. Remember that this conference is live on Pen TV, and we are expecting that probably it will travel till about afternoon. But all you have to do is to stay glued to your TV sets. If it's the DSTV you are using, it's channel 367. If it's the Go TV you are using, is the channel 175. Digital terrestrial platform, we are there. On satellite, we are also there. Equally, you can watch us on YouTube and then also on Facebook. It's a live coverage, special live coverage of the Ghana Food Conference, Ghana Food Security Conference, brought to you by the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, in collaboration with the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, and then also the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. And Jospong Group of Companies, with its subsidiary units, subsidiary firms are all in support. They are all joining in and what is happening here. In fact, from the brochure that I have, the Asian African Consortium is part of the whole Jospong Group institutions, and they are also key and part of this whole conference that is happening. So that's what we are bringing to you. Very, very soon we'll bring you those pictures from the Pentecost Convention Center. What are you expecting to happen after this two-day conference? JB was asking one of the organizers earlier that a lot of the scientists say, oh, Ghana, and we just talk, we don't do anything, But we are hopeful that after this conference, a lot will happen. Changes, we'll see changes. We'll see a lot of initiatives happening. The Church of Pentecost is involved, so definitely it's not going to be just a talk matter, but it's of a national interest, which is why I'm happy that all the key stakeholders are involved in this conference. Take note, this is very, very important. So we'll just be bringing you more like the opening session to it, the opening ceremony kind of. After that, during the day, especially in the afternoon, there will be panel discussions where each scientist around and available and put on the program will be there to, make inputs, answer questions and all that. At the end of the day, we're hoping that we can leave this conference certain that we need to do this or that to ensure our food security in Ghana. Food security is a very, very important issue. And for me, I'm happy that this conference is happening. You have to also be happy that it's happening. But if you have to move from the house or probably from the office, you can still watch on Facebook, Pent TV GH, and also on our YouTube channel, Pent TV GH. But it's proudly brought to you by the Council, I keep saying center because it used to be center, but the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, also the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, and of course powered by the Jospong Group of Companies. Very soon, this Ghana Food Security Conference will happen. We'll take you by, it's in session, but very soon we'll send you the pictures, we'll bring you the pictures so we can all join the feed. But I've already mentioned that the Church of Pentecost will be making a presentation, so we are all eager and interested to know what the statement from the church will be like, exactly what will be the presentation. If you want to know that, please be part of this opening session. Among others that we are expecting to speak, there will be, for instance, a subject on best practices in rice production and insights from Nigeria. Our CEO of the Jospong Group told us, for instance, that they have brought in the experts from Nigeria who have a success story, who have done it right. So Nigeria is doing very well when it comes to rice production, for that matter. They are at this conference and they'll be sharing their thoughts with us. They'll be sharing the success story with us, how it has been done. And we are believing that after that, we'll be able to pick lessons from it. So we'll look at the best practices in rice production, insights from Nigeria. That will also be here. Right after that, we'll also have another keynote address from Dr. Brian Achampong, the Minister for Food and Agriculture. They are also part of this conference. They are part of the organizers of this conference. So we'll have the Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation speaking. We'll also have the Minister for Food and Agriculture also speaking at this opening session, which we are expecting to happen soon. And I've already mentioned or indicated that after that, we'll have a lunch break. After the lunch break, that panel discussion will happen in the afternoon, where we will discuss a lot more. So there you have it. If you're just joining as well, this is a special coverage of the Ghana Food Security Conference. It's supposed to happen today and tomorrow. So it's a two-day conference happening, and we are looking forward to open it. So I've run through what would happen today. For tomorrow, It will be more of group work sessions, so we'll have a lot of group work sessions, and after that these groups will present their working documents before obviously the final wrap-ups will come later in the day before the session ends. At about 6:50 to 7 p.m. tomorrow, the whole conference should have ended, and that's how the Food and Security Conference for Ghana is going to be like. Pen TV, as always, we will be there and we will be bringing you the coverage for all. But, you know, let me just share a few statistics with you. Let me pick some of my documents and share a few statistics with you when it comes to food security in Ghana. I've always wondered why Ghana is not self-sufficient in food supply. I mean, the little research I did is that it has been caused a lot among the reasons that have caused Ghana not to be sufficient, self-sufficient enough in terms of food supply is because of our economic infrastructure. Now, I don't know how this will dominate the discussions today and tomorrow at the conference, but this is something we should all be thinking about and know the low level of economic infrastructure we have when it comes to our roads, even the kind of, factories we have put up and all that. This has a lot to play when it comes to food supply. And I'm sure that talking about food security, even though we are looking at the role of the scientists, this should play a key role. I won't forget our roads because if you are growing those crops in areas where it's difficult to actually move to those places, that is also another issue. Well, I'm happy to say that the session is started, and I was just taking you live to the Pentecost Convention Center for the opening session of a two-day conference, Ghana Food Security Conference, brought to you by the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, also supported by the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation, and powered by the Jospong Group of Companies. Now, let's enjoy the session. We'll be back probably after the session and do a wrap-up for this morning's.
Ladies and gentlemen, our co-chairs for this grand event, the chairman of the Church of Pentecost, who is here represented by the General Secretary, make welcome the Apostle Alexander N.Y. Kumilabi. We welcome you warmly. Co-chairing this event, we're pleased to have the chairman of the Council of the CSIR, which is the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, Professor Kingsford Adabo. Thank you. We're honored to have with us from the CSIR, the Director General, Professor Paul Bosu. In his company is the Deputy Director General, Professor Marian D. Quinn. Thank you. Let's now make welcome the Director General of the National Service Secretariat, the Honorable Osei Asibe NG. You're joining us shortly, I believe. The President of the Ghana Rice Independence Association of Ghana, Nana Aye, joins us. Thank you very much. We make welcome with joy our brothers from the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who are representing the Rice Farmers Association of Nigeria. The Secretary, Mr. Muhammad Ali Baba, joins us. Thank you. Also in the company of Mr. Ali Baba is a consultant to the project, Dr. Muhammad Bashir. Thank you. We receive with resounding gladness, ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Chair of the Jospong Group of Companies, yours and mine, Dr. Joseph Sianwe-Japong. But it will not be complete without acknowledging his boss, the CEO of the Asian African Consortium, his lovely wife, Mrs. Adelaide Ejapong. Alongside many other groups and individuals, members of the diplomatic corps, academia, civil societies, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, we say receive the warm and generous recognition of this assembly. In the course of this event, we'll be joined by our special guests, the Ministers for Food and Agriculture and Environment, Science and Technology. However, we begin first with our chairman's remarks, or our first chair's remarks. Would you please make welcome the General Secretary of the Church of Pentecost, who is representing the chairman of the Church of Pentecost. Make welcome the Apostle Alexander N.Y. Kumilabi for his address. At Pentecost, we clap for free.
Of the Honorable Minister of Environment, Science and Technology, Executive Director of the National Service Scheme, Director General of CSIR, Executive Chairman of the Jospong Group of Companies, CEO of the Asian African Consortium, our brothers from Nigeria, invited guests, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and praise the Lord. I bring you special greetings from the chairman of the Church of Pentecost, Apostle Eric Nyameche, who is personally interested and has indeed been part of the planning process of this program, and had wanted to be here in person, but unfortunately had to travel outside the country for an official assignment. On his behalf, I express our heartfelt gratitude to the Almighty God for allowing us the opportunity to serve humanity and contribute to the nation's transformational agenda. On behalf of the Executive Council, ministers and members of the Church of Pentecost, we want to thank the Jospong Group, the Asian African Consortium, and the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research for organizing this unique conference on food security in Ghana, which brings together scientists from across the country to discuss effective ways of improving Ghana's food security situation. The conference theme, Enhancing Food Security, the role of Ghanaian scientists, is crucial in our nation's development discourse, especially at a time when the economy is in distress or is distressed. While we await IMF assistance, which we are told is almost hitting our account, it is critical that steps be taken locally to strengthen our country's economic issues. According to the African Journal of Food, Agriculture, Nutrition and Development, about 1.5 million Ghanaians experience food insecurity, with undernutrition, overnutrition, and micronutrient deficiencies persisting across all life stages. Poverty, climate challenge, rapid urbanization, and population expansion, poor infrastructure have all been recognized as threats to food security in Ghana. Brothers and sisters, based on the 1996 World Food Summit, food security is defined as when all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. It is therefore appropriate to remind ourselves of the four main dimensions of food security as indicated below. 1, physical availability of food. Food availability addresses the supply side of food security and is determined by the level of food production, food levels, and net trade. 2, economic and physical access to food. An adequate food supply at the national or international level does not in itself guarantee household level food security. Concerns about insufficient food access have resulted in a greater policy focus on incomes, expenditure, market, and prices in achieving food security objectives. 3, food utilization. Utilization is commonly understood as the way the body makes the most of various nutrients in the food. Sufficient energy and nutrient intake by individuals are the results of good care and feeding practices, food preparation, diversity of diet, and intra-household distribution of food, combined with good biological utilization of food consumed. This determines the nutritional status of individuals. 4, stability of the other 3 dimensions over time. Even if your food intake is adequate today, you are still considered to be food insecure if you have inadequate access to food or a periodic basis, risking a deterioration of your nutritional status. For food security or justice to be realized, all these 4 dimensions must be fulfilled simultaneously. Thus, this conference is rightly in sync with a 5-year vision of the Church of Pentecost, which has the theme, Possessing the Nations. The overarching goal is to equip members like our brother Jospong and the wife who possess their nations by transforming every worldview, thoughts, and behavior with the values, principles, and lifestyles of the kingdom of God, thereby turning many to Christ. Permit me to state that I am personally here on behalf of the Executive Council of the Church of Pentecost to encourage and assure Elder Dr. CSIR Japan and the wife of our unflinching support in diverse ways to see this dream fulfilled. The Church of Pentecost applauds our beloved brother and son, Elder Dr. Jospong or Joseph CSIR Japan, the Executive Chairman of Jospong Group of Companies, for introducing this unique idea in strengthening public and private sector collaboration for food sufficiency. This is reflected in the mission statement of his company, which is improving the lives of people. This significant and bold initiative has come at a time to help Ghana achieve the Sustainable Development Goal 2, that is, end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. We again commend the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, whose key mandate is to drive national development and global competitiveness in industry through scientific and technological research for partnering with Jospong Group. It is our prayer and hope, therefore, that the intended purpose of this conference will be satisfactorily accomplished. Dearly beloved, before I conclude, I would like to share with us a passage in the Bible which provides a template for enhancing food security. Please join me, read Genesis chapter 41, verse 46 to 57 from NIV. Joseph was 30 years old when he entered the service of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And Joseph went out from Pharaoh's presence and traveled throughout Egypt. During the 7 years of abundance, the land produced plentifully. Joseph collected all the food produced in those 7 years of abundance in Egypt and stored it in the cities. In each city, he put the food grown in the fields surrounding it. Joseph stored up huge quantities of grain, like the sand of the sea. It was so much that he stopped keeping record because it was beyond measure. Before the years of famine came, 2 sons were born to Joseph by Asenath, daughter of Potiphar, priest of On. Joseph named his firstborn Manasseh and said, "It is because God has made me forget all my trouble and my father's household." The second son he named Ephraim and said, "It is because God has made me fruitful in the land of my suffering." The 7 years of abundance in Egypt came to an end, and the 7 years of famine began. Just as Joseph had said, there was famine in all the other lands, but in the whole land of Egypt, there was food. When all Egypt began to feel the famine, the people cried to Pharaoh for food. Then Pharaoh told all the Egyptians, "Go to Joseph and do what he tells you." When the famine had spread over the country, Joseph opened the storehouses and sold grain to the Egyptians, for the famine was severe throughout Egypt. And all the world came to Egypt to buy grain from Joseph because the famine was severe everywhere. Dearly beloved, it is refreshing to note that by applying his God-given skill and wisdom, Joseph successfully brought Egypt through the agricultural catastrophe. When the 7 years of good harvest came, Joseph developed a stockpiling system to store the grain for use during the coming drought. When the 7 years of drought arrived, Joseph opened the storehouses and provided enough food to bring the nation through the famine. His wise strategy and effective implementation of the plan even allowed Egypt to supply grain to the rest of the world during the famine. I pray the good Lord will grant all stakeholders the needed wisdom, knowledge, and skills to help us produce enough food as Ghanaians ourselves. Beyond this conference, I want to challenge this gathering to take steps to help us produce enough food to feed ourselves as Ghanaians and even export some. On behalf of the Chairman of the Church of Pentecost, I warmly welcome you all to PCC, and particularly to this all-important conference. I would finally like to acknowledge the support of the Chairman of the Church, the Executive Council of the Church of Pentecost, the Director General of CSIR, the Executive Chairman of Jospong Group of Companies, and all who in one way or the other contributed toward the organization of this conference. On behalf of the Chairman of the Church of Pentecost, I say, Akwaba, feel free. And may the good Lord himself grant us all the needed grace so that in a few years from now, we'll see food in abundance in our land. May God bless our nation and make it fruitful and prosperous. Thank you, and God bless you.
The Chairman of the Church of Pentecost, the Apostle Eric Kwabena Nyamiche, speaking to us through the General Secretary. Would you please make welcome, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the Apostle Alexander N.Y. Kumilabi. We appreciate you so much, sir, for those warm thoughts rendered to us on behalf of the Chairman. Please convey to him our warmest delight and appreciation for all that he's doing, his personal efforts, and what the Church is doing as a true representative of Christ in our society. You make clear our theme that we're reflecting on by really giving meaning to food security, which says that when all men have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets the dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life, then we can say we've achieved the Dominion Mondays. Please, another round of applause. We're live on Pence TV, and at 10 o'clock exactly, we will also be live on Metro TV. We are online. Please send the signal to all our friends who are unable to join us here in person that it's a very important conversation on food security, and it's happening right here by kind courtesy the Jospong Group of Companies, the CSIR, and the Asian African Consortium, AAC. Some distinguished members of academia join us this morning. Would you please make welcome the Provost from the College of Agric and Natural Resources of the KNUST, Professor Ben Banfo. Thank you. We receive with great delight from the School of Agriculture, UG, University of Ghana, Professor Irene Ejiri. Thank you very much. Together with a lot more I shall be acknowledging in the course of this event. In moving on, we celebrate this great national asset, the CSIR, which exists primarily for the purpose of being a top research institution in Ghana, generating and applying innovative technologies for socio-economic development. Would you please make welcome the Director General as he speaks to us today. Make welcome Professor Paul P. Bonsu.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Honorable co-chairs, representative of the Honorable Minister of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, representative of the Honorable Minister of Food and Agriculture, the Executive Chairman of Jospong Group of Companies, the CEO of the Asian African Consortium, executives and management of both Jospong and AAC, special guests from Nigeria, Deputy Director General CSIR, distinguished Provost from KNUST and the Dean of the College of Agriculture of the University of Ghana, corporate directors, institute directors of CSIR, scientists, researchers, farmer groups, distinguished invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is my greatest pleasure to warmly welcome you once again to this two-day Jospong Group CSIR Asian African Consortium Partnership Sensitization Workshop. We believe that our gathering here today and tomorrow will chart a course towards realizing our goal of achieving food security in Ghana, and especially to make this country self-sufficient in rice production. The theme for the workshop, Enhancing Food Security, the role of the Ghanaian scientists, is spot on. It is a well-known fact that countries that have developed have done so as a result of science and technology, whether in the field of agriculture, health, education, manufacturing, or any other sector that you would think of. For example, the Green Revolution was birthed and powered by S&T breakthroughs. The great increase in the production of rice, wheat, and other food crops was as a result of the introduction of high-yielding varieties of these crops. And in addition to these high-yielding varieties, increases in the area under cultivation, multiple cropping per year, increased fertilization, irrigation technologies, and general improvement in agricultural machinery and others led to these food crop increases. Honorable co-chairs, in spite of the widely acclaimed successes of the Green Revolution in countries of Asia and Latin America, Africa has not fully realized the benefits of the Green Revolution for very varied reasons. I do not think, and I'm not sure, I do not think, and I'm sure you agree with me, that it is never too late. And as the saying goes, man must eat, and eat we must. I recall a very popular saying growing up that stomach has no holidays. When I grew up, I realized that, yes, it is true, stomach has no holidays, but if you decide on your own accord for religious or faith reasons to fast, then stomach can sometimes have holidays. The problem is that stomach is forced to have holidays when there is no food to eat. And that is usually serious, and it has serious social, health, and sometimes security implications for a community. Honorable co-chairs, on the 27th of April 2023, about 3 weeks ago, CSIR and the Asian African Consortium, subsidiary of Jospong Group, signed an MOU to work together towards the vision of Dr. and Mrs. Ejapong to help this country to become food secure. We are hereby today brainstorming and strategizing on how we can achieve this noble goal. Let me be quick to add that CSIR is not the only institution that has been invited by this company to be part of this objective and goals. Many partners from universities, experienced civil servants from all persuasions and agencies have also been invited. And it's a good thing that we all work together to help our people. The people who have paid our school fees and have fed us and have done everything for us as individuals and as a nation, so that we can all be happy and be satisfied. A closer interaction with the executive chair will reveal that he sees this more as a national agenda rather than a Jospong or AAC or a family project. We need to support government to achieve its objectives of feeding the Ghanaian population and more foreign exchange. And we all rally behind the team, the company, the AAC to achieve that. As scientists and researchers in Ghana, we have a big role to play in this vision. And your presence or our presence here today will attest to the fact that we really mean business. We want to support. We want to be part. Thank you very much. We thank God Almighty for giving this vision to Dr. and Mrs. Nsiah Japan. And we owe it to God and country as scientists, policymakers, practitioners, farmers, managers. Let me add, the clergy, as the General Secretary said, and indeed all Ghanaians, to ensure that we succeed. I encourage everyone here to be fully present here these 2 days. The ideas we glean between today and tomorrow will go a long way to shape the future of crop production and food security in this beloved country of ours. On behalf of the partners and organizers of this workshop, I welcome you all warmly to this iconic convention center of the Church of Pentecost, Ghana. We are indeed blessed. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thought-provoking words of our host. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time. The Director General of the CSIR, Professor Paul P. Bosu. It gives me joy now to also acknowledge and welcome to speak to us a co-host of this event. I'm talking about the Asian African Consortium, a subsidiary of the Jospong Group of Companies. Please make welcome the CEO, yours and mine, Mrs. Adelaide A. Ejapong.
Good morning, and praise the Lord. I want to plead with all the professors of this house and the doctors of this house, craving their indulgence, so they accord me the liberty to proceed and also stand on the existing courtesies already outlaid. Notwithstanding, I want to appreciate Apostle Eric Kwabena for his great support thus far for this project. He's here represented by Apostle Nana Yakumi Labi. Sir, we appreciate you so much. I also want to appreciate Dr. Joseph Sianwe Japan, Executive Chairman of Zoom Lion. You are revered, sir. The scientists, researchers of CSIR, and representatives for UDS, KNUST, UG, UCC, the team from GRIP, spearheaded by Nana Aye. We appreciate all of you. I would like to also appreciate the participation of our foreign contingent here with us. The Samat team from Thailand, RIFAN executives, SQ1 group, and every person. I welcome everyone to this intellectual forum of food security. To mention Science, research, and development have traditionally been the primary drivers of innovation and productivity, and they are central to everything we do in the world. Agriculture continues to be the backbone of the Ghanaian economy. The agriculture industry provides a direct or indirect source of income for about 45,000 of the population. I would want to recognize the participation of participants also from Nigeria. We appreciate our Nigerian partners in the persons of Dr. Mohammed Bashir, consultant to the Rice Farmers Association of Nigeria, and also Dr. Mohammed Ali Baba, secretary to the Rice Farmers Association, and equally cherish the executives of the Farmers Association of Nigeria. Nigeria has made remarkable progress in rice production during the previous decade, surpassing Egypt in Africa, with yearly production of 5.8 million tons. In 2019, rice accounted for more than 14% of the crops grown by Nigerian households. Nigeria is gradually becoming a rice-growing superpower. As a result, having people from different nations share their experiences and best practices in agriculture is thrilling and a huge blessing to us. According to the 2023 Global Report on Food Crisis, which was issued on May 3rd, 258 million people in 58 countries or territories suffered a food crisis or severe levels of acute food insecurity in 2022. When there is a food crisis, the poor suffer the most, since they are unable to obtain food owing to price hikes. The poorest nations in the world frequently import food. If immediate measures to enhance food production are not undertaken, the cost of Africans' yearly food imports might rise from $50 billion to 110 billion USD by 2030. The 2022 African Agriculture Status Report estimates that the continent requires between $40 to $70 billion in yearly governmental investments and an additional of $80 billion in private sector investment to sustain food production. Most commodities, including rice, maize, soybean, and tomato, are facing supply shortages in Ghana. As a result, this workshop will serve as a venue for serious discussions and collaboration to increase Ghana's food production. Africa is in a difficult situation if it can't increase yields from its existing farmland to meet this growing demand. As a result, the continent's efforts to transform its food systems must be anchored in efficient coordination, accountability, and financing, which are planned at the local level. In this regard, Jospong Group of Companies and the Asian African Consortium, in partnership with CSIR, perceive the need to bridge Ghana's food security concerns. And this workshop is designed to accomplish the following goals. 1, to establish interinstitutional technical teams with clear roles and responsibilities to drive the production of selected commodities, i.e. rice, jute, maize, soybean, tomato, onion, etc., and establish timelines for deliverables. 2, to conduct a thorough analysis of the key areas of operations for each commodity, including breeding, good agronomic practices, mechanization, innovation, etc., and to develop action plans to address any identified gaps. 3, to develop clear modalities and guidelines for the implementation of the program deliverables, including resource allocation, timelines, and communication protocols. 4, to prepare a comprehensive work plan and budget per selected commodity, outlining specific activities, deliverables, timelines, and resource requirements. And the last, to recommend training programs that will build capacity of the technical teams and other stakeholders involved in the production of selected commodities. In conclusion, I want to use 2 scriptures to bring this speech to a conclusion. Proverbs 12:11 says, "Whoever works his land will have plenty of bread, but he who follows worthless pursuits lacks sense." Ecclesiastes 11:4 also says, "Farmers who wait for perfect weather never plant. If they watch every cloud, they never harvest." And 11:6 says, "Plant your seed in the morning and keep busy all afternoon, for you don't know if profit will come from one activity or the other." These scriptures herein affirm the call and the need for partners here gathered to be awakened in order to ensure the stability of food security for the nation and the continent at large. Thank you once again for honoring our invitation, and we look forward to holding critical and essential stakeholder engagements and discussions concerning this forum. Thank you. God bless you.
The CEO of the African Asian Consortium, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Adelaide Araba Ejapong. A round of applause. We thank you ever so much for articulating so well what this partnership means and really what we set out to do. My dear friends from the media, I ask that you all drop your mics so that at least we can have some clear space here. Please drop your mics or pick the sound from the back. Thank you very much. You have 30 seconds, counting. They like attention. Please, a round of applause for them. Now you may leave and not come back. This morning, it is proper that we bring all the welcome remarks to a close by receiving the purpose of our gathering. She would flesh out exactly the modalities for today and tomorrow's deliberations. Would you please make welcome the Deputy Director General of the CSIR, Professor Marian D. Quain.
Thank you very much, Prof. Chair, EC, the DG, Director General CSIR, Provost of Universities, Deans, Directors, fellow scientists. I stand on established protocols. The Council for Scientific and Industrial Research is the leading public scientific research institute in Ghana. Its mission is to generate and apply innovative technologies which effectively and efficiently exploit science and technology for socio-economic development in the critical areas of agriculture, industry, health, and the environment, and improve science culture of the civil society. The CSIR's current strategic plan was launched last month, and top on the agenda is research and development, resource mobilization, and partnership with private sector entrepreneurs. This partnership with Jospong Group, AAC, has come in very timely. At this workshop, we will be sensitized about the demand of the partnership so that we will move from pilot production that we've been doing to massive production. We'll scale it to massive. This time, there will be benefit sharing. The research will benefit from dividend that we generate from the work carried out. The crops receiving immediate attention are rice, jute, maize, soybean, tomato, and onion. The workshop objective is to interact with the executive chairman, the EC, to share his passion. At this workshop, we will establish interinstitutional teams. We will collaborate to identify, these teams will collaborate to identify the necessary institutes and individuals for the technical team for the various commodities that we have identified, and we will establish a roadmap with clear defined rules and responsibilities for each team. We'll under analysis for key areas of operation, at this meeting we're going to conduct an in-depth analysis of each commodity. We'll focus and identify on areas of operation, including breeding, to improve good agronomic practices, soil fertilizer application, mechanization, irrigation, innovations that we need to establish. That way we'll identify gaps and develop action plans to address the identified gaps. Under the implementation program, we will develop clear modalities. We will establish guidelines for the implementation of the various deliverables under the various commodities for each team. And this will include resource allocation, timelines, and communication protocols. So we don't duplicate efforts. We want massive outcome from this partnership. We will develop our work plans and budgets, so please make sure you have everything in place and prepare comprehensive work plans, budgets per selected commodity. We will outline the scientific objective, deliverables, timelines, and resources needed. Under training programs, with this roundtable discussion workshop, we will recommend training programs that will provide technical backstopping and advisory services in research and development for the Jospong Group of Companies and the AAC CSIR partnership. The training programs will focus on building capacity of technical teams and other stakeholders involved in the production of the selected commodities. You all agree with me that here, the CSIR, the universities, the private sector, we all want to work as a team. We want to share the burden and deliver for the sake of Mother Ghana. This roundtable engagement during this workshop will provide us the excellent system for a demand-driven research objective, where we will establish research outputs that will be and will identify all that we have to deploy to serve the private sector. We'll identify gaps. New sectors of research will be documented for necessary action. I must acknowledge, ladies and gentlemen, that I have always looked out for entrepreneurs engaging with research to solve issues on a win-win basis. And this is the first one we have had on such magnitude. So I wish us all a successful time here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Marian D. Quinn is the Deputy Director General of the CSIR. A round of applause for her. Thank you ever so much. And that last point you made about how you engage entrepreneurs, and this is the first platform to have made that possible. Ladies and gentlemen, it leads us to one important aspect of our program, where we take a very penetrating insight into the work of innovators. Ghana's population is largely youthful, with 60%, close to 60% of the population falling between the ages of 18 to 25. How do we reap the dividends of this demography? We want to ask a very important question, and the question is this: how can we empower the next generation of agricultural innovators by leveraging on the National Service Scheme. Here to do that for us is the Director General of the National Service Secretariat. Would you please make welcome the Honorable Osei Asibe, NG.
With the permission of the joint chairpersons, I want to stand on the existing protocol. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for giving National Service an opportunity to make a statement here. National Service Scheme is the only institution in the country that has the highest and the brightest minds in the country. In our bosom lies the engineers, the architects, medical doctors, teachers, scientists, nurses, etc. Since the establishment of 1973, we have continually been deploying the graduates from the tertiary institutions into the foreign areas. Health sector, we develop them. Then the agri sector, we also put them for rural development to support the private sector, urban traffic, education, business services, and we also deploy a large number to support agri and agribusiness. Over the past 5 years, National Service, we have deployed 720,000 graduates across the country. And among the highest numbers normally goes to support teaching and learning. This year, for instance, we actually posted 55,000 to support teaching and learning. And by so doing, we were able to reduce the budget of GES to a very significant number. By deploying 55,000, if GES was to source them from the market per the graduate entry point, GES would have paid more than 1.5 billion. But by using National Service, it will reduce to almost 420 million Ghana cedis. That is the way we've been supporting this country's budget. Of all the numbers that I've mentioned with regard to the areas that we deploy, one area that is facing a lot of challenge is in the area of agri. Our record shows that there has been a decline in the number of graduates who possesses knowledge and skills in agriculture in recent years. In 2017, the whole country as a whole produced 11,489 agri-related graduates. The number has continually been falling to 5,728, that is in the year 2022. This shows that if nothing is done about it, by the time we realize the number has fallen to a small number, maybe to about 1,000. This is the reason why we from the National Service want to commend the Executive Chairman of the Jospong Group of Companies and the other stakeholders for taking proactive steps to ensure a sustainable and proactive steps to ensure the real light for the youth. That is the teeming youth. The youth in the area of agri do not have a future. That is why it has been declining, because we were finding it very difficult in even getting a place to deploy them to. As for those who have gone to the university to study education and its related subjects, it is so easy to deploy them. But when it comes to the agri graduates, you find it very difficult. Per our functions, what we do is that we take the class list from the universities, we do the classification, and after doing the classification, then we have to take a major information from the user agencies. So we put the advert, and all the user agencies in the country will then submit their request to the National Service. By that, then we are able to post them. But when it comes to the agric, we receive very small numbers. And as such, at the end of the day, we post them to the places where it will not actually benefit them. So we are so happy when we heard the Jospong Group of Companies is now zooming in to also help in the development of the sector. We actually know the height and the might of this giant personality. I have had opportunity of working with Zoom Lion for the past 15 years in the area of local governance. And we know that anytime you mention Zoom Lion, then you are talking about how to get the country clean. That is an area I have worked with him personally and know what he can do. So by zooming into the agri sector, now I am confident and I'm sure that very soon all those who are studying agric and agric-related subjects are going to have something to do. The topic chosen by the organizers, leveraging national service to enhance food security and empower the next generation of agricultural innovators, is apt and directly dovetail into what the scheme has been doing to ensure food security for the past 2 decades. Food security is not merely a matter of putting food on the table. It encompasses the availability, accessibility, and affordability of nutritious food for everyone, regardless of the socioeconomic status. The Ghana National Service Scheme, with a mandate to combat illiteracy, hunger, diseases, and unemployment, has taken pragmatic steps in harnessing the skills and talent of the youth on our 14 farms across the country. National Service, we are having a farm in Ashanti region, specifically in Ejura, and currently we have moved to Kumau. At Bono East, we have Wenchi and Brenham. At Central region, we have a land in Gomua, Lomi, and Komenda. Volta region, we have Abutiapota and Vapo. Northern region, we have Tantala. Then Greater Accra, we have Papao. At our Papao demonstrated farm in Hachu, Accra, the scheme has agriculture, poultry, rabbitry, piggery, hydroponics, greenhouse, and horticultural facilities, which serve as a training center for students and agri enthusiasts. Over the years, we have supported the National Buffer Stock Company, the Conference of Heads of Assisted Senior Secondary School, and the Ghana National Poultry Farmers Association, with over hundreds and thousands of tons of maize. The scheme has a pool of agricultural graduates in the following courses: those who did agricultural economics, those who did agribusiness, those who did general agriculture, those who did fishery and forestry, horticulture, value chain agric, animal science, crop science, agric extension services, biotechnology, soil science, agric mechanization, seed breeding technology, irrigation systems. These are the pool of graduates that we have, and it has become difficult even to deploy them. By channeling this energy and passion towards the agri sector, we can unlock tremendous potentials and transform it into a force for positive change. The scheme is cultivating a generation of young farmers, scientists, entrepreneurs, and policymakers who possesses the skill, knowledge, and determination to tackle the multifaceted issues within our food system. But we cannot do it alone. Strategic collaboration and partnership with public and private sectors, actors like Jospong, are vital in empowering the next generation of agricultural innovators. It is refreshing to note that as part of the scheme new mission, for all these 49 years, the scheme is going to be 50 this year. Our mission statement has been mobilizing for deployment. But last year, we actually took stock of it to assess whether it is really contributing to the support in reducing the unemployment rate in the country. But after doing the review, we have now changed our mission statement to deployment for employment. And by so doing, we have actually taken 7 key pillars that if as a whole country, we actually work on it, we can reduce the youth unemployment. But the key among them is that of the agri sector. That is why National Service last year started looking for a big land, and it took us to Kumawu, where the paramount chief of Kumawu was quick to be able to avail to us a very big land. When we went there, he showed up a map which detailed all the farmlands that he has. And it will surprise you to know that in Kumawu, the paramount chief is having more than 800,000 of acres of land, that is farmland. And as of today, National Service, the paramount chief has made available to us 50,000 acres, where currently we've managed to work on the 20,000. That is, we are working towards the acquisition of the 20,000. Only this year, we've managed to clear 3,000 acres of land. 3,000 acres of land, where our target is that we've started the cultivation of rice, maize, and soya beans. And we cannot do it alone. We will need support. We will need support from the government, and at the same time, we will need support from the private sector. That is why I'm highly enthused when I heard the information that our own Zoom Lion is venturing into the agri sector. So by so doing, National Service will partner him to be able to do a lot of exploit. So the scheme such a Kumawu Economic Enclave Program is part of our strategies to mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and to help create a stronger, more resilient and transformed economy through agri. The project is consistent with the Strategic Economic Development Initiative to accelerate Ghana's agri sector, Ghana's production and productivity expansion and improvement. It entails carefully, and it also fits in well to our mandate in Act 426, 1980 of the National Service, which actually enjoined us to move into an area of farming. The Act mandates us to go into the area of farming to support and also support the learning and the training of the graduates into the agri sector. The first 20,000 acres block is being developed and cultivation has started earnestly. The goal, that is what we want to achieve: support food import substitution, ensure food and nutritional security, attract and retain graduate youth into the commercial agri and its value chain, increase production through productivity enhancement, establish training centers and mechanization centers for the youth, create over 15,000 direct jobs in the agri sector by the end of 2024. As at now, the target is that all the National Service personnel that we have deployed onto the Kumawu project, when they are done with the National Service, we will not let them go and sit at home. The plan is that we will prepare a land for them, bring them together to form a group of 5 or 10. Then we will also look for the local farmers, the youth, who haven't gotten the knowledge as they have acquired at the various universities, bring them together, then we give the portion to them to farm. We will prepare the land for them and support them. But all the support that we will give to them, at the end of the day, we will take it back. So then the farm becomes theirs. That is the way we want to transition them into the agri sector. With the deployment of about 5,000 agricultural graduates, one can imagine the impact of a nationwide initiative that brings together national service personnel, universities, research institutions, and industrial leaders to collaborate on addressing the pressing issue of food security. By working with experienced farmers and scientists, these young individuals learn firsthand about the latest advancement in the crop production, soil management, water conservation, and post-harvest technologies. They could contribute to research projects, experiment with cutting-edge techniques, and develop novel solutions to boost agri and then agri sector. Currently, at the farm in Kumau, irrigation is ongoing. Irrigation is ongoing, a more scientific one. And fortunately for us, we have started getting the support from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. The professors have started visiting us. Then it is really enhancing the knowledge that the graduates have already acquired. And it will surprise anybody here to come and see the system that is being put in place, where even the experimental part they actually put up, you can use a remote to even activate the watering of the crops. These are some of the innovations that when you use the national service personnel with the knowledge that they've acquired, is actually improve the farming methods. Now the place is becoming so attractive that all those who are the youth that are doing farming in Kumau and Kumau area, they troop to the area to see the innovativeness that is being executed or that is being exhibited. So to us, to partner with Zoom Lion is going to get us enough support to be able to do more, because we have the young graduates who has the knowledge and who are so talented and experienced. Moreover, the scheme agricultural project extend beyond traditional farming practice to embrace the entire food value chain. Personnel are trained in food processing, distribution, marketing, and waste reduction activities from farm to the actual market. They are exploring innovative models of urban agriculture, aquaponics, vertical farming, and alternative protein sources. By so doing, they will enhance their understanding of the complex nature of farming. And another area which will interest you to note is that we are doing the real value chain farming in Kumau. And what we have put in place is that just by the harvesting of the maize, we will not let even the stick go waste. Because inside the stock, we will use it for the production of fodder that can be used to feed the cattle as well as the goats. And these are some of the things. Then, before even going to Kumau, NSS, we are good in adding value to soya. That is, we process soya. We know the technology to process soya. And the waste product of soya, that is the soya cake, can also be used in actually producing a meal for the fish. So that is an area where we are also putting up all our effort. So in Kumau Enclave, we are not going to do only the maize, soya, and rice, but if you come to the farm now, we started the aquaculture. The aquaculture is there. Then, before even zooming on to the larger scale of the 20,000 areas we started working on, last year, what we did was to get these knowledgeable professors to come and assist us in the use of poultry droppings. In the use of poultry droppings to support the growing of the maize. So instead of using the fertilizer, the first part, what we used was the poultry droppings. And really, we actually harvested big. So the Kumau area, we are only leveraging on the technological experience of the graduates. and as well as the experience from the professors at the universities to help us build that place up to become a learning center for the youth. On this note, I please want to thank everyone here and urge that we support Zoom Lion, because I have been to his office for more than 4 times just to learn about the things that he actually went to Asia to bring to Ghana. And when I went there, what he took me through within the first 20 minutes was so mind-blowing. So I thank him and want to actually urge him to go on. As for we, the National Service, we are ready with you, and we promise that we will work with you. And coming 2023-2024 posting, we are sure we will now post all the numbers, and you get a lot of the numbers to support whatever you want to do. Thank you.
Empowering the next generation of agricultural innovators, leveraging the National Service to enhance food security. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again, the Director General of the NSS, the Honorable Osei Asibe Enchi. A round of applause. We appreciate you so much. And when you've listened to all these great thoughts, I think only one song comes to mind. I can see clearly now, the rain has gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Here is the rainbow I've been praying for. Together we all sing. It's gonna be oh, sing it with me. This is not Shatawale. Put your hands together for yourselves. And so if you're just joining us online or on TV, we're right here at the Pentecost Convention Center by kind courtesy of Ghana's most diversified group of companies, the Jospong Group, together with the Asian African Consortium and the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. What is our task? We are exploring how we can enhance food security, the role of the Ghanaian scientists. Just gone by were introductory remarks from our chairperson, the chairman of the Church of Pentecost, who is represented by the General Secretary. We've also heard from the CSIR, we've heard from the Director General together with his deputy, and from the CEO of the Asian African Consortium. And what you just heard right now was from the Director General, I beg your pardon, of the National Service Secretariat, walking us through how we can leverage the National Service Scheme to enhance food security. We want to hear from you, so please drop a comment, share the link, and together we advance the conversation on food security. Listening very attentively is a man who was angered as to why Kumewu is taking all the glory. And with all the lands he has in Gomoa East, what can he also do? Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable De Graft Petu is the MP for Gomoa East. He joins us. A round of applause. So the ball is in your court. Please give us your land and we'll do something. We're also joined by representatives from the University of Development Studies. Please make welcome, leading the delegation, Dr. Ganiu. Thank you very much. We also have the University of Cape Coast, also led by Professor Ernest Tay. A round of applause for him and the team. Thank you very much. Another great perspective I want us to look at comes from the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, they were angered by the fact that they were beaten to the Jollof War some years ago. So they took time and invested in research, and today they come to share best practices in rice production. Today, they give us insights. Please welcome, to do that for us, the Secretary of the Rice Farmers Association of Nigeria, together with the consultant, Mr. Muhammad Ali Baba and Dr. Muhammad Bashir. A round of applause for them. Oh, Ghanaians, show some love for the Nigerian brothers.
Good morning. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. But before I proceed, I want to seize this opportunity to actually show our great appreciation for this comradeship, this brotherhood of inviting us to come and share experience. Only, I think, a week or two ago, we received a delegation from the Jospong Group, and we're highly impressed with this initiative because it's coming from the private sector. Largely, a lot of what we have achieved in Nigeria was instigated by the government, and part of my presentation will highlight the fact that political will and support is required if we must achieve food sufficiency in Africa. Ordinarily, it's expected that Africa should be feeding the world, not the reverse that we are experiencing at the moment, because we have all the land, we have the people, we have the, the skills and the technology. And by and large, Africa is largely rural, and the occupation of the largest, segment of the population is farming. So we have no business relying on others to feed us. So my name is Muhammad Ali Baba. I'm the special advisor to the president of Rice Farmers Association, and I'm also the MD of the Refund Investment Arm. Thank you for having me. I thought we'd screen the presentation, but if it's not screened, then I can read from mine. Now, Madam in her speech actually highlighted how far we have gone with this rice revolution, especially what we have achieved between 2015 and now. It's truly a very resounding revolution that we are all proud of. Now, prior to 2015, let me give the background of how it all started. Prior to 2015, when the current CBN governor was appointed, or shortly before, there was an initiative from the government. Like I said, a lot of it was triggered by the government, but embraced by the private sector, because generally the government is supposed to provide an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. So part of this central bank policy was a trade policy, was to itemize about over 40 items that were hitherto entitled to official forex allocation to import either raw materials or finished goods. Now, of these 40, the topmost 10 or so were largely agricultural. And the policy was that these items were no longer entitled to official foreign exchange. So if any entrepreneur or investor is interested in bringing them in, he has to source his own foreign exchange, privately. And that was the beginning. Of course, like I said, topmost amongst them were food items. And of course, rice. Because then we were spending about $1 billion, between 1.5 to 2 billion importing rice yearly, rice alone, into Nigeria. And this was what we could easily have produced ourselves. So then there was a pushback from the investors. Now we have, invested our resources. We are dependent on imported raw materials. What happens to our investment? What happens to the employment and the like? Of course, normally we should expect that kind of pushback. And then, of course, what informed the policy was the fact that we could produce it ourselves. But we're also all here aware of the resource cost. With the oil boom that we had in Nigeria, prior to the oil boom, of course, agriculture was the mainstay. We're all aware of that. But with the oil boom, unfortunately for us, unlike the other countries, like particularly in the Middle East and the like, that have utilized those resources to transform their economies, ours were frittered away, and it became like a resource cost. So we turned our back on agriculture with the realization of the oil windfall. So virtually the entire system had gradually lost contact with agriculture. So even the financial sector itself had lost the skills to even develop products for agriculture. So when this policy came on board, like I said, it was to trigger local production, but local production required resources, particularly finance, in order to take advantage of that opportunity. Now, there was a pushback. The banks haven't lost contact with agriculture. Generally, you know, the presumptive notion is that it's too risky, so they hardly provide funds into that, despite some of the initiatives that we have had. So despite all that, like I said, they are very, very reluctant to go into agriculture. So, and then, of course, the government that initiated had to have a rethink. And part of it was for the government to now bring out its own resources. And that was the genesis of the Anchor Borrower Program. The essence of the Anchor Borrower Program, like the name implies, Anchor, was hinged on these manufacturers of agricultural, processors of agricultural commodities to actually take the lead, even as the government was bringing its own resources, to now anchor the program on them doing a backward integration. Of particular interest, like rice, the few integrated rice mills that we had were largely dependent on importing brown rice to clean and simply bag and sell. So they were not structured to undertake the kind of backward integration that was required, because they were required to manage thousands of farmers in order to produce sufficient raw materials for them to continue in business. Now, so as an alternative, for instance, in one of the subnational territories that I was headed, I'm fortunate to have been part of those that actually designed and implemented that. I'm a retired public servant from the Central Bank of Nigeria. So in the location where I was heading then, there was an entrepreneur that was interested in, claimed he wanted to support, or he required to support about 25,000 farmers. But he started with 500 farmers. So you now wonder, when could we hit this target? So as a way out, and of course the pushback continued, our investment is wasting, how do we get raw material? So as part of the way out, the government, having brought its own resources in, the banks will not use their own, we still have to deal with the banks. So the government now had to offer these intervention funds. The intervention funds, first and foremost, were available at a single-digit interest rate. Because even if the private finance institutions were to fund agriculture, it's very prohibitive, because interest rates were between 20%, 20, 25, and heading upwards. When you add the charges, So for agriculture, that is is a great disincentive too. So this intervention fund came at a single digit, and which was available for banks to take and give their customers. But like I said, the banks have been reluctant, first because they lack the skills, two, the notion is that it's too risky. So for starters, the central bank now encouraged the subnational governments, because they own the citizens. They had ministries of agriculture. A lot of them had what is called integrated agricultural development projects, which was sponsored by the World Bank. They would take, and using their local structures, they were supposed to support the farmers. Now, like I said, at the initial stage, most of these processes, particularly rice in particular, were merely importing brown rice and cleaning them up. So even our local farmers, when we started this program, also resisted it, because then they had a glut. The little they were able to produce would have breaking level with the little savings they had was not being offtaken. Only the artisanal millers were actually, patronizing our local rice paddy. So there was even a pushback, even from the farmers that we wanted to support, because they already were experiencing glut. So CBN had to start actually by offtaking those, by mopping up the glut. The paddy that was available, and that was how these millers started. Now, going forward, that encouraged the farmers to actually embrace what we had, because then at least they were not sure, they were now assured that whatever they produce, there will be market. And of course, along with it, we also the entire value chain started sprouting. From seeds to fertilizer to agrochemicals, we started having local entrepreneurs that were going into it, because in addition to this fund that we explained, the Anchor Brewer program, there were also other concessionary funds that were meant for entrepreneurs. We had what is called Commercial Agri Credit Scheme, from which entrepreneurs were able to access, even at the same single-digit interest rate, billions of naira to expand their existing processing factories or even set up new ones. So as we speak at the moment, while around that time we had about 5, 6, or less than 10 integrated rice mills, we now have close to 60, and they are growing, in addition to medium scale and, of course, the small scale farms. So they also had these resources to go into them. Of course, like I said, including fertilizer blending plants and even urea. We had huge, a lot of them springing up. So, but like I said, for starters, we had to resort to the state subnational government. We call them state governments in our own case. But typically, the notion is that government has no business in business. So a lot of this, the initial experiments using the state governments also didn't really succeed because of politicization. So the next recourse, which would have been original since it's supposed to be private sector driven, was to revert to the associations. And that is how RIFAN, the Rice Farmers Association, came into being. And virtually I know about 70 or more crop associations started springing up. And then these associations that have structures from cluster level to ward level to local government to state levels were now the vehicles that were used to mobilize farmers and then, of course, partner with existing commercial banks to disseminate these funds. Now, my presentation. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria, in line with its developmental functions, part of what mandate of the Central Bank, in addition to its primary function of monetary policy, was involved, or also has the mandate of development intervention. So in line with our developmental functions, as enshrined in our Enabling Act, established the Anchor Brewer program. And the Anchor Brewer program essentially is to create economic linkages between smallholder farmers and reputable companies. And that is, like I said, the origin of the word anchor. We call them anchors because they were the basis upon which the initiative was introduced. So, and those are the ones that are involved in processing agricultural commodities. It was and encouraged to smallholder farmers to boost production of the key commodities to stabilize input supplies to agro-processors and address Nigeria's negative balance of payment challenges. Like I said, that initial policy was actually to address our balance of payment. And then, like I said, those 40 items plus were meant to actually, conserve our foreign exchange by limiting access to official forex to them. So broadly, the policy objectives of the Anchor Brewer program, like I said, is to create these economic linkages. So it's meant to increase banks' financing to improve agricultural productivity by creating an ecosystem that drives the entire value chain financing. That was, like I said, the first policy. This ecosystem, is that because the resources are available, farmers have market assured, the input suppliers across the entire value chain have some niche to focus upon and make money. So the entire value chain was therefore impacted by this initiative. And of course, primarily is to reduce the nation's food import bill through import substitution and enhance domestic value addition. That is the second most important objective. We also try to create new generation of farmers. Over 90–95% of agriculture in Nigeria and largely in Africa is, satisfied by these smallholder farmers. We hardly have any huge commercial farming. And that is one novel initiative that I'm seeing from the Jospong Group. And it's welcome, because as we proceed at the moment, despite all the boom that we have said, we have experienced in Nigeria, we still have shortfalls. A lot of these processors actually are operating below their optimal capacity because of paucity of raw materials. Of course, we are yet to meet our local requirement, and so the gaps needed to be filled through imports. But at least we are making progress. In addition to this, another objective of this initiative was also to deepen financial inclusion. Because by and large, why the farmers, even before the introduction of this policy, were almost living at subsistence level is because they had no access to finance. So part of the requirement under this Anchor Borrower program is that every farmer that is enlisted into the program will start, since we are using the commercial banks, must necessarily open an account. And most of them, that will be their first contact with the formal financial system, because they are too far flung in the rural areas. They can't even afford the requirements, because since I said there was no much interest in the agri space, only the big guys can approach the banks. So that was part of the objective, was actually to deepen financial inclusion.
This is Big Brother. Mr. Mohammed, you have 5 minutes remaining.
That's interesting. So I need to hasten it. So now I've already mentioned the interest rate is concessionary. The loan amount is determined by the hectarage that the farmer has. So, and it was targeting, like I said, smallholder farmers. So it's between half hectare, minimum 1 hectare to 5 hectares. So, and that will now determine the loan amount. Usually these associations, because like I said, they start from cluster level to ward to, they will assess their farmers. Part of it, because we are employing technology, is actually to map the farmland to the farmer. So you know the size. And based on size, that will determine the loan amount that you have. The tenure, of course, is per cropping season. So on the average, is maximum of maybe 4 months, 3 to 4 months. Because part of the, what we have achieved in this is that farmers can now do up to 2 or 3 cropping season cropping cycles per year. So the tenure, usually at every cycle, you are expected to use your proceeds to repay that loan and quickly obtain another. So repayment shall be by produce and possibly cash, but a lot of it is by produce, and that is why we were able to, do that Egyptian-style rice mills that was so popular in 2022. Now, what are the collateral requirements? Like I said, the initial concept was to use the state government. So in order to repay this concessionary facility, the state governments were issuing ISPO, instructional standing payment order to the central bank, so that they would deduct ourselves from their federal allocation. And then, of course, the community association, I say they are the ones that will assemble these farmers, tabulate them and forward to the financial institution, which will now forward to the central bank to process and approve. But these farmers will also are expected to cross-guarantee each other, so that when any member of the cluster doesn't pay, others will take the responsibility for payment. And also to encourage the farmers to have skin in the game, they also provide equity contribution. Though at the initial stages we didn't insist, but after the first 1 or 2 cycles, of course, those of them that actually utilized these opportunities were already relatively well off, so they could provide the equity. Then the leadership of this association will also provide personal guarantee. And then, of course, there is also global standing instruction, so that those that will refuse to pay any money that enters their account. Because one of the innovations that we also introduced in the financial system was the BVN, Bankers Verification Number. And this BVN is unique to every individual. So wherever you have account, is linked. So the standing instructions will be able to detect you, and then if you were owing any money that enters your account, is usually swept in for payment. And then, of course, we have the National Collateral Registry that was registering movable collateral. So that too, a lot of this, for instance, now, when farmers have excess, they are usually to be taken to stores, and that can also be registered as a collateral. So we are using that as part of the collateral that was used to support the program. These are the requirements that for the participating commodity association, they must be registered, they have a governance structure, and then, of course, they will also nominate an off-taker. Part of the requirement that every association that is participating, since there are millers around, they will enter into agreement with the miller so that there is additional assurance that, whatever is produced will be off-taken. And then, of course, they will partner a commercial bank, and they will ensure repayment. So we also have the prime anchor, like this company now that is coming. That was the original design, like I said. So these companies that are interested could also access these funds and then generate their own list of farmers also, and of course, submit. They also have their own requirements. The management structure. Like I said, the CBN as the funder also superintends over the entire thing, but every project has a management structure which will be comprised of the stakeholders, including the finance, the membership. There's a project management team. We have representatives of the bank, the representative of the CBN, representatives of the anchor and the commodity association or the cooperatives, and then of course the state governments, their own agricultural development, projects, and then, of course, the representatives. Now, I'm back to this issue. Okay, I was supposed to be moving it myself. I thought someone is doing that.
And right about now, you have 1 minute remaining.
So, if I could can someone assist me so that we'll go to the last page? I want to highlight this last, I'm at the end of the presentation, but I need to highlight it. I see. Sorry. This is where I am. So these are the critical success factors that I want to emphasize. First, there has to be that political will to actually make this thing happen, because like we said, while government has no business in business, government has the primary responsibility to create the necessary enabling environment for businesses to thrive. So generous incentives too, there has to be, like I said, apart from these concessionary policies, you could have tax holidays, you could have rural access roads, you have irrigation schemes. They're all part of it, supporting infrastructure. Because since we want to do 3 cropping seasons, a lot of it, at least 2 of the seasons will have to be done during the dry season. And of course, you need to pump water into this. So a lot of this need to be supported by huge irrigation scheme and dams. Yesterday, I was listening to the local television, and I saw one program, One Village, One Dam. This could form part of the infrastructure that is required. And then, of course, properly targeted subsidies. We have governments that will be giving, inputs that are subsidized to the farmers. Then, of course, capacity building, and then involvement of all the stakeholders. Now, for rice in Nigeria, the last time we closed our borders was essentially to also checkmate this. Because when the items were excluded from official forex allocation, rather than, and of course, levies, duties and levies were also imposed on those items so that they will make the local competitive. Now, in order to beat that, Benin Republic became a dumping ground. You see where our own investors will ship their goods into Benin Republic and use the land borders to smuggle them. And they were actually competing disfavorably with our local produce. And that was what led to the closure of those borders for so long. Now, as part of the outcome, In addition to our presence here, we're already in Benin Republic trying to support the development of that rice sector so that under the ECOWAS and, of course, African Free Trade Area, originating goods from our neighboring countries can come in legitimately, but certainly not as conduits for Far Eastern products, where, that come to wreck our economy. So those are some of the kind of incentives that is required. So if you must develop yield, then you have to discourage or disincentivize importation through these levies and duties that are usually imposed. So thank you for your attention. This was the genesis.
Mr. Muhammad Ali Baba is the Secretary of the Nigeria Rice Farmers Association. Please, a round of applause for him. And a special advisor to the President on rice. Please, a round of applause for him. I believe he thought his time was as uncountable as rice, but I had to cut it to size. And so here to give us another perspective from his viewpoint as a consultant, please welcome Dr. Mohamed Bashir.
Good morning once again. I'm Dr. Mohamed Bashir. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. But still with that, I want to appreciate the Jospong Group of Companies. I'm having my senior colleagues here, the professors. As academicians, we have to respect ourselves. I must acknowledge my colleagues here from research institutes and university. It's a great pleasure for me to stand with my country brothers, the Ghanaians. I'm always happy and rejoice when I'm outside home to the other countries, seeing my Ghanaian brothers. We always integrate, and we are always proud of ourselves. If Nigeria is self-sufficient in food production, and we are having crisis in Ghana, then we are not stable. So we are here today to share our experience in Nigeria and with our brothers in Ghana, to see that Ghana is self-sufficient, food secured, the masses well employed. Today, Ghana, we are going to do it. We will do it, and we shall do it. We shall achieve our aim to be self-sufficient in the next few years, just like our brother in Nigeria. Today, the slides you are seeing is the pyramid we have in Nigeria. This is just a quarter of it, because the pyramid we have in Nigeria last year was more than 18 of these kinds. We just come from a few states of Nigeria. So today, I'm here to present to you what you know more than me. Because the production practice we have in Nigeria is just similar to what we have in Ghana. So I'm not lecturing you, neither sharing what we have back home, which is not different from what you are doing here in Ghana. Yeah, in Nigeria, agriculture remains a key component of Nigerian economy. currently contributing about 23% of Nigerian GDP and employing about 70% of the active populations. The sector has, however, significantly performed below its potentials. Nigeria, with a population of 230 million people and a land area of 923,768 square meters, has a total of about 79 million hectares of cultivable lands. An estimated 4.6 million hectares of this land is suitable for rice production, which only 1.8 million hectares is currently under rice cultivation. Nigeria possesses a huge, vastly untapped potential for irrigated rice development, and there is estimated 3.14 million hectares of irrigable land, out of which less than 50,000 hectares is currently under irrigation. Nigerian rice has become a stable crop that every household consumes on a daily basis. Unlike before, that rice were consumed on ceremonial days, festival days. The consumption rate now is about 7.9 million tons, and the production has increased to 5.8 million tons. So we are still having a deficit of 2.1 million metric tons. Yeah, and this is the annual rice production in Nigeria. You can see there is a fluctuation. When the present administration of President Muhammad Buhari came up, there is a diversification of its source of economic, moving from petroleum to agriculture, which favors rice production mostly. But you can see in 2021, when we have COVID-19, there is a fall in the, most of our activities, which also reduce the rice production. But after which, with this mass approach on the farming, the production has also risen in 2022. And this graph is also showing the price of rice. Based on the first presenter, in olden days, there is a low, the price of rice production was, was very low. But now, with the concentration and the motivation to the farmers, the price has literally jacked up, which now encourages the farmers to go for more production. Because if you are producing something and there is no patronage, you will be discouraged. But once you see that farming is not just for consumption, when you see that farming is now a business, you can see that more people will be encouraged to go for farming. In Nigeria today, it's not only the civil servants that are celebrating, taking their children to the private schools in abroad. Even the farmers in Nigeria also sponsor their children into private universities and sending their children abroad because they are seeing farming now as a business. In Nigeria, we have 36 states, with the federal capital making it 37. And out of these 36 states, you can see the major rice producing states. All the states in Nigeria actually produce rice, but these are the major rice producing states in Nigeria, which are following each other in sequential order based on their production. And most of these states fall in the northern part of the region, because the ecosystem there is friendly for rice production. In Nigeria, we have a diverse rice production ecologies, from rain-fed upland, rain-fed lowland, irrigated lowland, deep water, and mangrove. And you can see the percentage of this ecology there, well shared, with upland having 30%, rain-fed lowland have 47% and irrigated have 17%. But the higher yielding is always recorded in irrigated lowland, which can give you almost about 8 to 9 metric tons per hectare, as compared to what may be recovered from rain-fed and rain-fed upland. Also, we have some government regulation in the agricultural input supply, which I feel this policy is also the same thing with what we practice here in Ghana. Germplasm exchange, seed supply, fertilizer, and herbicides undergo a evaluation through field trials. Before a variety is adopted in Nigerian, you have to test it for adaptability, for it to be, why do I say? To be sure that they are free of pathogens coming from other countries. So we have to run all these tests, and this test not just for the seeds, it also goes for the fertilizer and herbicide before it is adapted and given to the farmers. In rice production, we have a series of challenges from biotic to abiotic stresses, which is very known to everybody. We have droughts, we have floods, we have salinity and high toxicity. Also for biotic, we have blast, African rice gall midge, and yellow motovirus diseases. In the infrastructure, the presenter here made mention of irrigation. Rice, they are water-loving plants, which cannot do well without a water application. Our feeder rows are bad, moving our end product to the markets. So government has also to do something in these areas. Poor access to information and modern method of farming and the post-harvest technology. Losses of labor through migration of young people to cities, resulting in an aging farming population. Yeah, so we now observe that with the series of challenges we have during the wet season, flood, drought, we now feel that in Nigeria, dry season farming is an alternative. One of the best ways of guaranteeing food security in any nation is to ensure the availability of food all year round. However, the local farmers in the countries often complain about the unpredictable of rain that leads to drought and flood as the reason for poor crop yield and food shortage. This limited rain, coupled with lack of available water source, leads to exorbitant prices of many farm products during the dry season. As Nigerian population continues to grow, one major way of meeting this is by dry season farming. Currently, there is over 400,000 farmers from 19 states of Nigeria that are involved in this practice. Usually this practice, you use facilities such as construction of canals, dams, and water reservoirs, and tube wells. In olden days, before the coming of this President Muhammad Buhari's regime, we in Nigeria, we use just one season, which is rainy season, to produce our crops, not only rice. But we feel, and the farmers are now encouraged, because what they produce is easily taken off by them. So they now feel one season is not enough for them again. They have to embark on 3 cropping seasons. So in Nigeria now we have 3 cropping seasons. One season for the wet season. Then immediately after the wet season, you use the residual moisture content in the soil and plant your second season. Substitute with irrigation facility. And after that harvest, you go for another phase. This one will now be harvested at the onset of the rainy season. So with this, it now boosts the crop productivity. I feel if there will be sensitization also in Ghana to embark on this, it will be a long way to answer our food insecurity in the nation. Yeah, we have, for where you don't have the dams, we have what we call tube wells. Tube wells are just like borehole, but mostly the depth of these tube wells are not more than 3 meters. In Nigeria, with 20,000 naira, you can drill a tube well. And if the land topography is very uniform, 1 tube well is enough for 1 hectare. So you will use pumping machines that you can power with either diesel or petroleum or petrol. An alternative now, we have solar panels that will use it powering these simple water pumping machines. So, and what I'm telling you today, the yield you can recover from dry season farming is 40% higher than what you get from the wet season farming. Why? The environment is well managed. You can apply your water at the right time. You can control the fertilizer application. You can control the herbicide application. You know when to apply the water into your field, and you know when to drain it out from your own field, unlike when it is well seasoned. The challenge of drought and the challenge of the flood is counted out when you are embarking on dry season farming. And I can tell you today, in dry season, during the dry season, you have vast land available for production because all the floodplain land that are not used for cultivation during the wet season are available for dry season farming. So dry season farming is an alternative that we must have to embark upon. In Nigeria, we've developed 68 rice varieties, addressing most of the challenges, both biotic and abiotic stresses we are having in the country. But out of these varieties, we have presently 8 for lowland and 5 for upland. And most of our improved varieties can give you as high as 8 to 9 metric tons per hectare. That is the potentials. But at farmers level, the averagely, farmers obtain about 5 to 6 metric tons per hectare under good management. In Nigeria, Nigeria has a total of 314 registered seed companies. But out of these 314 registered seed companies, it's only 159 that are registered and are functional presently in the country. And these companies, they are well spread across all the geopolitical zones of the country. Some companies are licensed with just certified seed production. A company that doesn't have a breeder is not given license to produce a certified seed. But a seed company with breeder is given license to produce breeder seed and foundation seed in the country. But mandatory, it is Research Institute that has the overall license to produce breeder seed and foundation seeds. So if you don't have a breeder in your own company, you are not given license to produce breeder and foundation seeds.
Dr. Bashir, you have 5 minutes remaining.
So we have seeds, we have sources of seeds in Nigeria, the agricultural research institutions, the National Agricultural Seed Council, that is a regulatory body for seed production and commercialization. We have agricultural development project. We have seed companies. We have agro dealers. We have agro dealers. We have farmers to farmer seed exchange. We have community-based seed producers. These community-based seed producers, they are the ones that most of the companies use in as an outgrowers. They are well trained by the researchers on how to produce seeds, because it is not visible, it is not possible for seed companies to have a large areas of hectares to produce seeds. So you have to rely on the outgrower program too. And we have quacks. What we call quacks are we have some notorious people that usually go to buying grains in the market and package it in well-labeled bags and start selling to the farmers. National Seed Council, in Nigeria, we have an act of anybody identified to be patronizing or to be selling these fake seeds. I think there's a penalty for that. It's 25 years in prison if you are identified to be selling adulterated seed in Nigeria. The rice outgrower scheme approach in Nigeria. This approach gives a greater control over its products while still allowing it to train local small-scale farmers in rice production. The rice outgrower value chain development program is being implemented in most of the seed companies and rice mill companies in Nigeria, which supplies farmers with quality inputs, granting access to financings, storage and logistics for transporting their produce to the buying centers. Outgrower scheme empower local farmers and create job opportunity for community dwellers and reduce migration to cities. Just as I said, Olam, a Nigerian, has 9,000 hectares, which they crop twice. They crop it 3 times in a year. But still, the paddy produced from Olam farm is not enough for the mills. So also, Olam now registered more than 2,000 outgrowers in Nigeria and having aggregating centers across the states. Also, Dangote is having 25,000 hectares of land for rice production, but it is not enough. So it's also embarking on these outgrower schemes. The outgrower scheme in Nigeria employed a lot of labor because the millers are employing, they are servicing the millers and they are also servicing the seed companies. We have classes of seed, as I earlier mentioned, the nucleus seed, the foundation seed, breeder seed, and certified seed. Rice processing companies in Nigeria. The Central Bank of Nigeria has stated that the nation's rice milling capacity rose to 3 million metric tons produced from over 68 integrated mills across the country. So we have 68 integrated mill companies across the countries, minus the medium and the small scale millers. So with this large number of milling companies, large number of seed companies, the farmers have to be encouraged. What the farmers are producing in Nigeria is not even enough to these millers and the seed companies. So agriculture has opened door and created a wide job opportunity. In Nigeria today, before it was rural to urban migration, but now it's urban to rural migration because farming is a business. Farming is a business in Nigeria now. People run away from the city and go back to the village because if I'm driving a car in the village, I can drive a car of 3 million naira as a farmer, where a civil servant hardly survived to buy a machine. What am I doing in the city? I'd rather go back home. So, we can't achieve this without government policy. This is what faced Nigerian. The government has to play its own role. It will bite the masses at the initial stage, but we have to think of the future. How will our generations be? Government has to take lead. The politicians have to be involved. The scientists have to be involved. We've developed the technology. The role of the scientists and researchers is to develop the technology. The technology is there. Of recent, Nigerian is trying to bring an approach. We've been graduating students. We've been having research findings. Those findings are on the shelf wasting. What are we doing with them? And that is why I say that the scientists cannot do it alone without the government coming up to see what have we achieved. How did we implement the research carried out by the students and the researchers and universities?
And to this end, we wrap up.
In Nigeria, we have top rice processing companies like Olam, Honest Rice Mill, Integrated Grain Processors, Kora Rice Mill, Dangote Rice Mill, Royal Stallion Group, and KK Rice. I have not started my representation, unless if I could stop here.
Dr. Bashir will have to take that into Q&A, so if you could please wrap up. Please, a round of applause for him.
You know, I was to give, my presentation was on best agricultural practices, which I have not started.
We'll take that in Q&A, please.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Dr. Bashir and Mr. Ali Baba making very compelling cases to us on innovative thinking, the can-do spirit, the self-start approach by their farmers and associations. They've also shown us the complement of private and public sector in promoting agriculture. They've also shown us an intentional approach to scale and patronage by the local markets. What touches me the most is value addition along the entire value chain to show that agriculture is a business. Please, a round of applause for them. At 12 o'clock, we bring this opening ceremony to a close, but from now till 11:35, we have ample time to engage our resource persons on various aspects of their presentations. Before they do that, however, allow me to recognize the presence of a delegation from Bangladesh. We have the CEO of Vision Asia International, Mr. Ariful Islam. Thank you very much for joining us. In his company, the Bangladesh Jute Research Institute is represented by Dr. Alan Jewell. Thank you. We're also joined by the National Best Farmer, ladies and gentlemen, for 2022, I believe, Alhaji Mashood. A round of applause for Alhaji Mashood. Yes, there he is. Thank you very much. And so if you have a question, suggestion, comment, and even if you want to prophesy into the future, we would allow you to do so. Please raise your hand. When I give you the mic, you identify yourself and go straight to your question, suggestion, or comment. You can address it to any of our resource persons. 35 minutes, that's all we have. Yes, let me start with you, sir.
Ghana, my friend Bashir, you showed many varieties there. How many of them are being cultivated by farmers? And how do you choose the one that farmers must cultivate?
Dr. Bashir and Mr. Ali Baba, if it pleases you, can I take 3 at a go so that you answer them? Yes, there's a hand at the back, and then another here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm from UDS, Crop Science Department. I want to find out from Dr. Bashir. On a research field, in Nigeria, you can harvest or you can have a yield of 8 to 9 metric tons per hectare of rice. But on a farmer's field, you can have about 5 to 6 metric tons per hectare. Are there any strategies that you are putting in place to bridge this gap? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We shall take the last. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm in the person of Dr. Franklin Mabi, Director for Center for Agricultural Productivity and Policy Studies, University for Development Studies. I think most of the issues in agriculture boils down to the willingness of government to support the various sectors in agriculture. So I want to find out, my question goes to the CEO for Ghana Asian Consortium, whether or not they have engaged government to support this initiative. And if they have done, what are the assurances from government in terms of supporting the initiative of Jospong Group of Companies? Thank you.
You don't have a question for our brothers from the Federal Republic of Nigeria? They are the resource persons for now. Please, a round of applause. Okay, let's have, yes.
Hello. Thank you very much. My name is Robert Edu from KNUST. The consultant, I want you to help us. In Ghana, local production is just about half of what we consume, and therefore we rely heavily on imports. In Nigeria, what was the strategy in transitioning from importation to local production? Was it an outright ban right from the scratch, from the beginning, or it was a phased approach where you reduced import by increasing tariffs? I want them to share their experience with us so that we can learn as a country. Thank you.
A round of applause for all the contributors. So Dr. Bashir and Mr. Ali Baba, you stand accused. We shall come back to the next set of questions.
Yeah, my colleague, Dr. Maxwell Ashanti. I say we've developed 68 rice varieties in Nigeria, but not all the 68 are in the hands of the farmers again. You know, Nigeria is a very large country with large consumption differences, large environmental area, and these varieties also, they are developed to address some stresses. But the most popular variety in Nigeria that cut across all the environment is Faro 44. And the reason for the Faro 44 is that it's highly maturing variety that matures at least 115 to 120 days from planting. The yield potential of these varieties at experimental level is 8.5 metric tons, but farmers still can get 6 to 7 metric tons in some part of Nigeria. Then we have some varieties that are drought resistance. And you know, in the northern part of the country, the drought is a greater challenge. Also in Nigeria and Africa at large, flood is also a great menace in rice production. We have Faro 66 and Faro 67 that has submergence tolerant gene. These varieties can survive under flood when it is submerged for 2 weeks. Once the water recedes, it comes up again. And not just having the submergence gene, but they are also high yielding with a medium maturity level. So those are our reason why the farmers chooses all of these varieties. Either this one is good for this or is good for that. Yeah, a question came up that at experimental level, we are having 8 to 9 metric tons per hectare. Well, in farmers' hands, they are still recording 5 to 9 metric tons per hectare. Yeah. In Nigeria, the extension agents, in olden days, the ratio of extension agents to the farmers was very poor. But government is now trying to encourage the Federal Ministry of Agriculture to invest more on the extension agents now to make sure that the farmers have a gap that is good agronomic practices. Because what I want us to understand, having a good land, having a good variety will not make you to have a high yield potential of such variety. Good agronomic practice is very, very important. So our farmers are well acquainted with good agronomic practices now. And that is why they are now moving from having 4 metric tons per hectare we used to have in olden days to 5 to 6 metric tons per hectare now. And with this practice going on, I think very soon we'll also be having what Asians and other developed worlds are having in their unit area of land. That is 10 to 11 metric tons per hectare. And also in Nigeria now we are trying to go into hybrid production. Of recent, a hybrid rice was released in Nigeria, which is having yield potential of about 10 to 11 metric tons per hectare. Importation, we are now going into local production, leaving importation of rice into Nigeria. I've said it during my presentation, even though I was not giving him much time. Once you encourage local production, and you are having a good milling quality, definitely there will be intra-competition in the market. People will now be chased away from going to bring imported rice into the country. In Nigeria, just as my colleague, Dr. Baba Ali, said, what Nigeria did before the banning of importation of these commodities, the tariff, importation tariffs was jacked up high. So when I now observe that if I'm going to India or China to bring rice, and the tariff that they charge me is high, what profit am I going to make? I rather now encourage local production. And if the local production is encouraged, and I feel as there will be profit, why is the need of me going out to import again when I will not get any profit? There was a time Dangote is one of the major suppliers of sugar in Nigeria. He was discouraged by federal government taxing and increasing the tariff of importation. And he was not encouraged that if you want to encourage local production in the country, you will be given loan in single-digit form. So he was now, came up, okay, Dangote now go into sugarcane production. Others are now engaged in going to sugar estates, producing local sugar canes. The sugar companies are now springing up. The dilapidated ones are now being repaired and put into place. So the farmers are celebrating. Now you are creating job opportunity. You are encouraging a local production. So why is the need of me going out to import? The money that was collected from the tariff and the tax, we are used to develop a National Sugar Council in the country. And the National Sugar Council now serves as a regulatory body for sugar industries. And the industry are now revived. So it is the same thing that was due to sugar that were also given to other commodities before the banning or importation of rice and other commodities. Actually, the first year, this ban on importation of these agricultural commodities came into Nigeria. Everybody was not happy with the government because things were very, very tough. The cost of all these commodities were very, very high, and the resources were not available. But after 2 years, everybody was forced to go back to farm. Buhari didn't carry any cane to beat anybody to go back to farm. But when you see that what I bought today, it is very, very high, and I have the potential, I have the land, I have the resources to produce it. Let me go and produce it myself. So they banned the importation, and that is what I keep on saying. Government policy is very, very important in Ghana for we to attain the self-sufficiency in food production. Thank you so much. That's the little I can tell.
Thank you very much. We shall take the last round of 3. Yes. Let's begin from here.
Good afternoon. I'm Babamu Talaidem from Soil Research Institute. Please, I want to ask our presenters what they do with the biomass that is generated. Obviously, this intervention would involve the use of a lot of fertilizers, okay? But they are going to generate a lot of biomass from the processing, rice husk, and other these things. How do they deal with it? Do they find a way to recycle it into the soil to close the loop, or they just burn it off? Because if they can, the waste product or the processed products, the rice husk and other, can also be used as a nutrient source and even to build soil carbon stocks. But if it is discarded, then to increase the input or the use of inputs like fertilizers. So I want to know how they deal with that aspect. Thank you.
Lovely.
Thank you very much. Let me take from where my colleague stopped. I'm Dr. Solomon Kwal. I work for CSIR, Animal Research Institute. The biomass that is produced, the waste, from the milling and from the harvesting rice fields, the rice straw, the rice bran, they are a very good source of feed for livestock too. Just like he was talking of how they manage it, I want to find out whether they use some to also produce livestock, to increase livestock production. Thank you.
Thank you. The last 2 belong to my sisters, my sister here and the other one at the back.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Dr. Fadila Mohammed from the University for Development Studies, Tamale. Please, may I know the role that female farmers in Nigeria played in your achievement of increased rice production? Thank you.
A very important question. Thank you very much. Let's take the last from my sister at the back.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Mebisaku Sophie from CSIR, Science and Technology Policy Research Institute. I want to find out, apart from policy and then the best agronomic practices, do you also make conscious efforts to bring other partners together, make a strategic or framework for strategic partnership and networking? I just want to find out that. Thank you.
Biomass, gender, and strategic partnerships and linkages, Dr. Bashir and Mr. Ali Baba.
Yeah, the first question goes about the using of leftover of rice straw after the harvesting. What are they used for? In Nigeria, actually, we are also moving from using synthetic fertilizer and herbicides to organic component. Companies are springing up now in terms of organic fertilizer and herbicides. You can see in the world now, most of the developed countries, there is a prices for the produce from synthetic, organic, and other way around. So, in fact, if you go to most of these integrated millers now in Nigeria, you can hardly get a rice husk. People are there to come and buy it from you immediately. I'm not talking of the straw, the husk from the milling companies. I have a milling company very close to my own place of staying. I was passing there day before yesterday. I see some trailers are offloading paddy, while some in the other side loading husk. I was now asking, where are they taking this to? They say they are going to Lagos, because they are into mass production of organic fertilizer now and herbicides, and those are the raw materials. So they are not more a waste. They are well utilized now. Role of farmers, of female farmers in the driving Nigerian rice production. In Nigeria, we didn't differentiate between male and female farmers, because we feel we are no more in the era of using your own labor. Now we are moving towards mechanized farming, and that is what I was trying to show in my slides, which I was not opportune to show.
Let's blame that on the devil.
Good. I have a farmer, a female in my own community, that has 50 hectares of land for just rice production. And he crop it thrice in a year. I have a farm, I have about 4 seed companies in Nigeria that are owned by females, and they are perfectly doing well. Just as the women used to say, what a man can do, woman can do best. So there is we have a gender balance in Nigeria in terms of farming, not only rice production. I will call Alhaji Baba Aliu Baba to answer the area of partnership. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just like he has emphasized, there are conscious efforts towards gender mainstreaming. But one thing we also notice is that in most localities, a lot of the labor is provided actually by the female. They've always been part of it, part of the farming system in Nigeria. So a lot of them are also equally mobilized to participate and take advantage of whatever activities, whatever initiatives that come up. There's hardly any discrimination. As for networking and collaboration, since there wasn't much time, under the Anchor Boa program, one of the most essential part of the process is called town hall meeting. You know, for any project before you take off, there is town hall meeting, because part of the requirement in trying to determine the funding requirement for any project is what is called the economics of production. So the per hectare cost of every hectare is determined upfront, and that forms the basis upon which the funding requirement that your financial institution will submit to the bank is arrived at. So all the critical stakeholders, from the farmers to input suppliers to service providers, are brought into a room to determine that cost. In fact, negotiations take place as for the cost of those items between the suppliers and the, the farmers and the service recipients. So that regular interaction happens. But most importantly, like I said, under the Anchor Broad program too, the main goal, we sort of go from the answer to the question. So the anchor usually is the miller. So that assured market is also part of the, the collaboration and interaction that takes place. Because usually you have to have an anchor who will be the miller. And of course, by the time you do the economies of production and you determine the volume, all the value chain players are mostly also involved in trying to stake a claim to it, because you will have determined the quantity of seeds required, the quantity of agrochemicals, the hectarage and the mechanization services required, the fertilizer required, and things like that. So all the input suppliers actually come to pitch. Usually it's sort of some kind of festival, because outside the hall, because it's usually a town hall meeting, outside the hall you have varieties of these products. So that interaction is a regular activity. And of course, we also have aggregators that are involved, because apart from our own farmers, they also go to offtake. And even our farmers, after paying you off the loan, the excess is there either for the millers to take or not. In fact, most of the time, the millers actually invade the farm estates in order to offtake from the farmers. So that interaction is a regular occurrence. All the value chain players are almost always carried along in the course of the business transaction. Thank you. I hope I satisfied.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them both. This brings us to the end of the engagement for all our participants in-house. Let's go online. We have a few comments and questions. This one here from Gordon Akon Yamga says, so far, from what I've heard, this is going to be a very good exercise for us researchers and for our nation. Kenneth Sapong says, awesome initiative. Please, we need Jospong Group of Companies to support women and youth in the Upper East to produce as well. How can we tap into these opportunities, please? We are a group of 5 MPhil students in agribusiness. Daniel Sasseri says, in addition to working with the National Service Scheme, are there plans to working with prison service to support the transformation of inmates? Portia Adade Williams says, I'm Portia Adade Williams, a researcher from CSIR STEPRI. My question to our resource persons are, what role did policy play in Nigeria's transitioning from importation to local production? We've answered that already. Who ensured enforcement and implementation of the policies, and 1 or 2 examples of such policies, if any? Well, I believe if you were listening, or this came much earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for all our resource persons. It certainly won't be complete without a remark from Ghana's own representative. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about the president of the Ghana Rice Independent Producers Association. Nana Aya joins us. Please, a round of applause for his remarks and his question, if may be.
Good morning, all. Normally, I don't prepare speeches because I like to speak my heart out. Anytime you write speeches, you are restricted. And as a traditional ruler, I always want to have my way.
Nana, we beg you in all the names of God, you have only 5 minutes.
No problem. This is what I didn't want to hear. Anyway, I'm going to stay within your 5 minutes. Don't worry. Thank you for inviting us here. I'm representing rice farmers or rice actors here. And we've been looking for this for a long time. When Dr. CSIR Jospong called me to talk to me about this project, honestly, I was speechless. And our discussion came in the evening around 10 p.m. I was in his office, and this crazy guy, Dr. CSIR Jospong, had about 3 things doing at the same time and was talking to me. And I was wondering where this guy gets his energy from. And guess what? Everything we spoke about, after 2 weeks, he was able to repeat everything to me. I was like, wow. Then the news went out that Jospong is going into rice production. Within 2 weeks, my phone was ringing off the hooks. My farmers were calling me, stakeholders, everybody wanted to know what this guy wants to do. People didn't trust that he could do it. And I told them that, look, listen to me very carefully. If a baller man can produce rice, be very careful. And I have to say, I have to go down and tell them, look, this guy, baller krawaye, nakwaye. Today, look at all of us here. He's been able to assemble the best brains in Ghana, putting scientists together to come and look at rice production, other crops. I'm from the rice sector. I am amazed. Ladies and gentlemen, nothing is going to stop us from stopping the importation of rice with Jospong Group. All of us cannot be the president of Ghana, neither can we be parliamentarians or traditional rulers. We all have a role to play for this thing to be successful. So, ladies and gentlemen, this morning, we in the rice sector. By the way, I'm also one of the biggest cocoa producers in the central region. I'm from that same north area. We are going to support Jospong. We don't have a choice. We are spending over $800 million in rice production. Do you know what $800 million will do for us? Plenty. So we don't have a choice. Let us all put our act together. Today is the day for the scientists. Tomorrow is going to be for the farmers. So that we don't have to sit here for the Nigerians to come and show us what they did. We want to also tell them what we have done together. On behalf of the rice sectors in Ghana, I want to say thank you, and thank you for coming again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nanaya, President of the Ghana Rice Independent Producers Association of Ghana. Please, it deserves a warm one than that. And Nana has just done the job that I was brought here to do. What is left now is for all of us to rise and with a resounding round of applause, receive the gift of the occasion, the Executive Chairman of the Jospong Group of Companies, yours and mine, Dr. Joseph Siamwe-Jepong, as he delivers the keynote.
I think that we stretch for just some few minutes because we sat for so many long hands. Just stretch for some few minutes and then we resume your seats. Just take some 3-4 minutes, get some relaxation and then you can. But we sat for so many hours. Okay. Okay. Humbly, let's resume our seat. Thank you. Professor Chairman Kingsley Adabo, Chairman of CSIR Council, the rep for the Minister of Agriculture, the rep also for the Minister of Environment, Science and Technology, Chairman and members of Parliament, Select Committee on Agriculture, Director CSIR, Professor Bonsu, the Chairman, the CEO of Asian African Consortium, Mrs. Adelaide Japon, the Director General of National Service Scheme, Honorable Osei Sibi, Deputy General Director, executives, staff, members of CSIR, deans, directors, heads of departments, faculties, and other representatives of University of Ghana, University of Development Studies, University of Cape Coast, and KNUST, the chairman of Ghana Rice Interprofessional Studies, that's Nanaye. I've seen also Ms. Nanapoku here, Rice Millers Association, the president of Rice Millers Association here. Eminent scientists from various science-based fields here. Dr. Muhammad Bashir, consultant of the Ghana Rice Association of Ghana, and Dr. Muhammad Ali Baba, secretary of the Rice Association of Nigeria, and secretary to Rice Association of Nigeria, executive members and staff of Jospong Group of Companies, the media. I humbly want to thank the Almighty God for this day. And when this idea, we went to CSIR, had an MOU signed. And then this idea of meeting the whole scientists came as a discussion with Professor Bonsu and myself and the team. Then, during deliberations and discussions, we thought that let's go to the chairman of the Church of Pentecost to have idea, because they have been organizing all ministers conference. And so we are bringing scientists all together. Can we go and have an idea? Then we, the chairman, I called him, spoke to him. He allowed me. Then we met the General Secretary of the Church of Pentecost, Apostle Kumilabi. We discussed it. And lo and behold, we are here today. And as I sat down, by the presentation of the chairman of the Church of Pentecost, represented by the General Secretary and various directors of CSIR and our friends from Nigeria, I really had in mind that it was not coincidental that we should come to the grounds of the Pentecost Convention Center. I don't think that CSIR or any of the universities or scientists have had any conference here before, or any rise. You have had, eh? CSIR. So this is your second time. This is your second time. That's good. Wonderful. What about the universities? The universities. As for the university, they have so many conference facilities. But I think that this will be one of the last conferences that will finish our issues and policies and troubles and trials about our challenges for our farming, because we are under the feet of God. And any problem that results under the feet of God, finish well. I strongly believe that by our united front, policymakers has no any option than to change and copy the Nigerian policy. And I support Nanaye that we will fight it for them to copy, because it has been a good model. I one time discussed with a minister, and I've been discussing with them that ban the rice, demand will be created, and vacuum will be filled. But if you want to get the filling before you ban, it will never happen. And it has never happened in any consultancy or in any other country. There's no way you can take onion and take it to Holland. Just last week, I came from US. And then when I went to the immigration, they opened my bag. The first thing they asked is that, did I bring any food? That was the first question. I said, no. Why are they asking food? Because they don't want the food of Ghana there. Why are we allowing food from outside here? You see, so sometimes Nigeria is a close neighbor that we can learn from. We don't need even to go to Thailand. What they have done, and today they are producing 8 million metric tons. They said they suffer 2 years. But after the 2 years, I just heard that urban city people are moving to the rural areas. Why can't we copy? The best thing in the world to learn is to copy. Policy makers, politicians, why can't we copy and be free? IMF is now attacking us. So many problems, financial problems. Why can't we copy and be free? So it's a serious thing that we all have to consider, and we have to just take it up. So the choice of the venue by the organizers, we want to thank the organizers of this meeting, CSIR, directors, the chairman, the universities, and all the organizers. We want to appreciate you and thank you very much. God always used people to solve problems. In the Bible, God used Moses when the Israelites were in crisis in Egypt. He uses Joseph, as Apostle Kuminabi have just stated. He uses Gideon, and he also uses Prophet Elisha in the Bible to solve problems. Now, in the case of Ghana, in the area of food security sustenance, we have it on record that God has touched and continued to touch his servants in a supernatural way. God transforms and directs them to lead our nation in terms of food crisis. And one example, please, you can help me or assist. Yes, so President Kwame Nkrumah. In fact, as Nanaye indicated, I'm into waste management. I've never been in agriculture. And so I started looking at the records of this country. We all had it. I think most all of you know that President Kwame Nkrumah, since after independence, commenced farming. And then through the state farms, from 1962 to 1966, Ghana has recorded as a highly food sufficiency before. It has happened before. So all this were going. At the end of 1966, a total of 1,008 state farms. And in fact, one was in my mother's hometown, Asinya Kumasi, state farm, palm plantation. So we know. So the question is that, has this thing happened before? Yes, it has happened before. Why now? More than 18,000 people were employed in state farms, 1,008. Now, it came to General Kutu Echampon, Operation Feed Yourself. And in 1974, Ghana was declared globally as self-sufficient in rice. So, since 1974, it has happened before. Why can't it happen now? If it has happened before, what is the problem now? So what Nigeria is having now, Ghana has experienced it before. Why now? What has changed? What is the problem? Now, similar administrators, presidents, former president have come, developed so many things from former President Rawlings, Kufuor, Atamas, Mahama. Everybody comes in with a new idea of food sufficiency. Now, one of the things that worried me, my firstborn is 25 years. 25 years. Now, when President Kufuor resumed office in 2000, he started rice campaign through the late Major Courage Kwashiga. Rice were moving. If we have continued and sustained it, like our pyramid will be 3 times Nigeria. Our rice pyramid. So 23 years, eminent scientists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our viewers in 23 years, let's ask ourselves a question. We are still struggling in importing about 405 million rice. 23 years, we have suffered tomatoes. 23 years, onions. Everything 23 years. What is wrong? Crops like wheat, corn, granules, millets, sugarcane, all these things, tobacco, enough. During 1961, Kwame Nkrumah started it. We're having cotton. Akosobo, Texas. We were producing cotton in this country from the northern region and producing. What has happened? We're producing kenaf here, our own jute factory, cocoa. As we speak now, for the past 30 years that the jute manufacturing plant got spoiled, we have imported more than $1 billion of kenaf. Meanwhile, our land is bare. Everything is empty. Let us look at it. We are now in crisis as a country, and we are looking at this. So what is the problem? If we have done it before, why now? What is a change? Substantial progress were made in the poultry. All poultry and issues are collapsing. No maize, no soya. We import soya from Brazil, America, and other things. The poultry, everyone that have gone into poultry have collapsed because imports come to migrate it and mitigate it and spoil it up. We now have planting for food and jobs. It started well. The intention, what I'm just displaying, that every president has a good intention for agriculture for this country. We have done it before. Why is it failing? That is the question, that why eminent scientists and researchers are all here. So we have to develop, we have to also acknowledge our scientists, because when Kwame Nkrumah started, if there were no scientists and researchers, I don't think that his idea or dream will be materialized. So we want to acknowledge you very well. In fact, the first day I stepped into CSIR, I said, what a glorious institution. Established in 1968. 1968, a glorious institution. And you see, all this was the dream of a single man, Kwame Nkrumah, who brought this idea when development of agriculture was going. Say, let's have an institution and build it up. So our leaders have ideas. Our researchers too have done very well. UDS, Lekon have trained so many agriculture. Listen, I was very disturbed when the director of national service was giving that from 11,000 students, it have dropped to 4,000. So if you don't have this data to back and you are introducing agribusiness, you are a failure. Because who is there? Nobody is there. You are introducing youth in agric model. You are a failure because your data is not backing. It's dropping. The motivation is dropping. The support is not there as the Nigerians have done. A central bank supporting agriculture, and today is something else. So I think that Ghana has gotten to a time that we must show forth and develop and be very committed to to do some of the things right. So entrepreneurs like us, we have just come in to facilitate. But the vision of Jospong is to not to move into any farm place. And you can quote me anywhere. We have come to support and facilitate. And that's why all of us are here. Where the structures are broken and we can repair, we'll repair. But we will not reinvent anywhere. The wheel that are existing, we will support it. So we have come in to support. And let me just humbly say that our God Almighty is a very good God who, when he sees the intentions of people and they are real and well, since we announced that we are moving into rice, I want to we just 2 weeks ago signed an MOU of 30 million euros from the Austrian government to support. As I speak to you now, next week we are going to Japan. Manufacturers like Yama and Kubota, who initially were not willing to, they want to see us and to support. There is Exim Fund from in every, since we announced that we are moving in, if I tell you the number of funding sources that are coming in to support, you'll be shocked. And so I humbly want to just plead that scientists here and researchers here, no one should be discouraged. If the policy makers are not making, no one should be discouraged. A time will come when we go on the field and we plant and the harvest is rare, the policy will change. The policy will change. I strongly believe that the policy will change so that we can have food sufficiency in this country. So we have come in as entrepreneurs to support and to help. In fact, when I started business as an entrepreneur in the year 1995, I went to Jamestown. My mother supported me with 3 cities, and I stepped up this. Then, one day, during crisis in Ghana, problems and challenges, during 2003, I went for a prayer meeting. And then during the prayer meeting, I had a very dream, seeing a nice, beautiful building using and collecting waste. I've never been into waste management before. I completed technical education in electrical engineering at Royal Technical College at Ngwa. So I don't know anything about waste. So I just went in to Absa Bank, that formerly what was Barclays, took a loan of 30,000 Ghana cedis to go to China to buy a T-shirt because it was 2004 and it was election time. So I wanted to just print T-shirt. Now when I got to China, on the street of China, I went to the Ghana embassy to look for a Ghanaian. I've never been there before. So when one person was introduced to me called Mr. Stephen, I took him and I wanted to go lead him. He should lead me to the market of China to buy the T-shirt and come and print because it was election time. People, members of parliament and other things would be looking for T-shirt. On the street of China, I saw a tricycle used in collecting waste. Then the idea and the dream that I had in Ghana clicked. So immediately charged me, and I called the bank manager at that time, Mr. Andani, Alasan Andani. He was now Chief Andani. I called him that, look, I want to use the money that I've taken for the T-shirt to buy tricycle. So what? It can't happen. It can never happen. We gave you the money for T-shirt. I'm talking about 2004. And so I moved and begged him, and I bought in 2006. I bought some of the tricycles, and then it have turned to this. I bought this manual tricycle. At that time, when I call any youth, no one, even the name Zoom Lion, I wrote Zoom Lion at the side and wrote Obuafo at the back, because Ghanaians, if you don't choose a name and they choose a name for you, they will kill you. They will kill you. When Ty and Die came, you say, where's your unia? People stop stop wearing it. Tie and dye came, every executive was wearing it very nicely because we didn't give it a name. And people stopped wearing it. So Ghanaians have recognized if you don't give a name and they give you a name, it's a disaster. So I wrote Zoom Lion small at the back and I wrote Obuafo. And they chose, Ghanaians chose Zoom Lion. So I said, I thank God. So I used the Zoom Lion. When I call any young boy to come, it's a dirty job. It's undignified job. Nothing. But I was just pursuing it and developing it up. And then I brought in a motorized. So I started from the northern region. Boliga, came to Tamale, then came to Kumasi, and then people started. Today, it has turned to this. We have about 10,000 informal sector. Now it has turned to Abubuya. Everyone who moves at every corner today in Ghana, ways have been transformed. The manual tricycle has been transformed. It has now turned into a dignified business. People even own 3-4. So I'm just motivated that eminent researchers and development people who are here, never be discouraged in any good thing you are doing. Never be discouraged. Whether policy is supporting or not, never be discouraged. Press on. Once the good intention is to support society and human beings, God will conspire all angels in heaven to come to your support. Today it has turned to trucks. It has turned to trucks. In 2008, Ghana was hosting African Cup of Nations. New stadia are being built. There was a bid for cleanup contract. We bid it. We demonstrated. We're having even tricycles. We have to use to prove to them that we can do it. You don't need to bring foreigners to come and clean our stadium. We did it. And through that, we got a contract in Angola. I'm saying that policymakers and politicians must trust the Ghanaian, that the Ghanaian can do it. This rice importation of 500 million and other things, we can, if you give us the energy and the policy right, we can do it. So we should believe in our own local guys, and we can do it. Today it has turned to a plant. From the tricycle, it has metamorphosed into a plant. So our farmers here, peasant farmers and whoever that may be, I was just asking myself, why is it that we don't have so big commercial farmers here? Masaudi is here. He's doing very well. How best can we support and encourage? And that's all what we intend to do. We have developed this. Now there was a 100-year problem where fecal matter was dumped into the sea. 100 years since before even independence, it was dumped into the sea. So the place was called Lavender Hill of the smell. That was what it started. And upon all the ways in transformation that we're doing in Ghana, Ghana was still termed in 2015 as the dirtiest country in Africa. I said, what? What are they tagging us for? Not knowing it was this. Because we were doing well in the solid waste, but because of the liquid waste, that is. So I quickly, what passion that we have is that when we see problem, we want to confront it. When we see problem. So this problem, it wasn't part of our thing. We confronted it. We brought in technical advisors. And today, the Lavender Hill is gone. The 100-year problem is gone. We have turned it into this. So as for me, I believe this agriculture thing that we have coming, wallahi talai, it will stop. I want to assure everybody that if God has enabled us to get to this level, I'm telling you, policy will change. As for the policy, will change. Politicians, you do your course, you'll get them in 2024. You do it well. COVID came, we move into it. We never knew. We just saw equipment used in China, disinfestation and fumigation. It was one of my mechanics who told me, look, the equipment that we have here has nozzles to disinfect. We brought it up. At that time, all ports were closed, flights were closed. Nobody can bring any equipment. We have to use the internal equipment we have to do something to bring hope. And Zoom Lion brought all these things up when the disinfestation business, and then we brought up. You saw it. I think you saw it. We all seen it. Spraying markets, spraying schools. That is the challenge. So if we are in here as researchers and distinguished, learned people and stakeholders, all what we want to do is to just support. In 2012, I went to Kumasi and I saw the Kasi jute factory. It was listed on Divestiture. It was being let's go. So, then I approached them. Then I recognized that the history was that Kwame Nkrumah established this in 1962 under the name Gihop Fiber Bag Company. And it was employing 2,000 people. In fact, I saw some of the retired officers in there who were even explaining that now you're running 3 shifts. We were running 3 shifts. Some go in the morning, in the afternoon. And so huge number, Kenaf, was being planted here. I approached them in 2012. I have struggled from 2012 to date. No help. I've struggled and struggled, no help. But I've never given up. I went in the building, re-roofed the whole building, and this is the estimate of what happens now. Ghana Cocoa Board has been importing range of 39 million to 45 million worth of juice sacks between the period of 20. This one, we pick it from the net of public procurement. Is there. I never orchestrated it. I pick it. Because when you go to PPE, anything you buy is published there. So I pick it the source. Now, since the collapse of the Kumasi jute factory in 1994, Kwame Nkrumah did it. We continue in 1994, it collapsed. We have been importing jute from India to today. Its estimated cost is almost 800 million. Meanwhile, we needed only $30 million to repair the whole place. 30 million, 80 million exchange. What I did was, this is the plant. And that's why the jute person is here. I called him and brought him down. Come and let's repair this. So this is the whole, I never built this. This was 1962, constructed by Ghana government. Then I repaired it. So as we speak today, this is a new plant that we are fixing. As we speak to now, the whole plant is fixed. And he has brought, we took CSIR expertise in KNAF, KNUST Department of Agriculture, KNAF. They have been there. As we speak to now, they've brought the seedlings, they've brought expertise. We have started planting the KNAF. What we need in Ghana is that the good things that our forebears have done, let's go back and take it and revive it. It's our own heritage. No one will do it for us. When we complete this, the $800 million that have been exported into India by our forests will be stopped. And we will push policymakers to stop. Whoever does have interest in India, have interest in Ghana too. We will push them. So that's why I'm saying that don't give up. Let us go to the farm from today. I think today should be the last conference on agriculture, if you believe with me. And let's go to the farm and plant. Now, at the end of the buswa, we will calculate and we will force policymakers. Today, this is what is done. So, Our inflation that have gone up 42% is about food. It's about food. That's why we are here. Today we have heard that agriculture is not a social business. It's a serious business where city people go to villages. So like migration from the rural areas to here, it will be the issue of the past. So we want to collaborate. We want to collaborate with all of you here. We want to support. The reason why that we can never do it, Jospong, we can never do it. We don't even have the ideas to do it. We are never into agriculture. If it comes into waste, we are champions. But for agriculture, we are zero. We need all of you. I want all the farmers here. I'm inviting entrepreneurs and business people here that this thing must be the issue of the past, where we import onion, import tomatoes. How can I come at that? Sometimes it pains me. That's the passion that, how can government himself say you want to revive tomato factory and he can't do it? Then who again can do it? So government, we are pleading with you. Government, wherever you are, we are pleading with you. Ghana government, wherever you are, we are pleading with you. Help us. We can do it. Help us. We have the passion to do it. Help us. Take the ideas from other countries and do the same. Especially we have a neighboring country like Nigeria. Do the same. I want to end, as I end this, I want to just, I saw this quote from Obama. When in 2009, he was inaugurated as a president. And he made a statement. And I want to quote it. He says, we choose hope over fear. So the fear that when you stop rice importation, people will die, they will not vote for you. It's not. Choose hope that when you close it, you stop poultry, you stop so many things, better things will come. Choose hope over fear. We see the future not as something out of control. Not that because we have gone into IMF, we can't come out. Today, by grace of God, it has been announced that at least we have been accepted and glorified. We have been dignified. We thank God Almighty. We want to thank the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the Minister of Finance, Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta, and all. You've done very well by pushing hard. In difficult times, you see leaders. So our leaders have not left us. They have pushed hard. We want to appreciate them. All the cabinet ministers. But choose hope over fear. That when you do something, things will get out of hand. Let's choose hope that when you create support, Ghanaian farmer will do well. There will be more commercial farmers in Ghana. We have just heard Dangote, AK Rice, So Big Big Olam, and all of them are there. Ghanaians here, we can do it. So choose hope. But something we can shape for the better through concerted and collective effort. So we should choose hope. And through our collective effort, we come. Then I said to them, Nehemiah, this is from Nehemiah, when the walls of Jerusalem was broken. The walls of Jerusalem, and Nehemiah have gone back to rebuild it up. Then when he went and inspected it up, he called all the Israelites. And he said, this is the word he said to them. Then I said to them, you see the trouble we are in Jerusalem. We are in. Jerusalem lies in ruins, and its gates have been burned with fire. Come, let us rebuild the wall of Jerusalem, and we will no longer be in disgrace. I also told them about the gracious hand of my God on me, and what the king had said to me. They replied. Can we humbly all read their reply? So, eminent researchers, distinguished dean and faculty and representatives, let us start farming with National Service 4,950. Let us go and start farming. You put the policy. By grace of God, we want to acquire about 100 tractors 50 combined harvesters. We have started it. Yesterday, we have signed a contract with a very giant rice mailer manufacturer who is going to start manufacturing. We will put all the infrastructures. We are not even going to do anything. We'll put on them. If there are no silos, we'll place in silos. Where we need dryers, how can we plant and maize be in abundance? Then the overnight is off. Why? Because we don't have storage. Then Burkina and Mali will come and buy. As we speak to you now, yesterday I discussed with the executive from Nigeria. Our rice in the north is being exported to Nigeria because we don't have silos, we don't have dryers and other things. It's exported. They come and take it because they need it. So let us start building. Eminent researchers and politicians and everybody, let us start building. And the Bible says they began the good work. So I want to end by saying that in my philosophy, I don't want something like pilot. If I go and I fail, I fail. If I go and I succeed, I succeed. Let us move. With the lands are ready, the water are ready, irrigation. As we speak now, we brought 9 irrigation experts from Thailand to partner Ghana Irrigation Development so that all the irrigated areas and schemes, we can revive them. We want to do 2 or 3 seasons. That's why we are doing. We are retrofitting the existing places where our challenges, not starting any new thing. And we want to have a revenue share with every institution. So CSIR, Chairman, this thing is not free. We have to sign an agreement next week that all the effort that you are putting is 80-20. We will invest, bring your knowledge and academics, we'll have it. Masaudu, come, let's join. We'll have a revenue share. KNUST will have a revenue share. We want to do something not on social. We will sign revenue share agreement. We will put the small money we have, buy equipment. You use your academic expertise to move on the field to plant. So, Honorable Asibe, your Kumawu issues and other things, we will do revenue share. Get the expertise are here. And so I'm pleading with every individual researcher or expertise here that gone are the days when you think that you are working and doing research and it is on the shelf, nobody want to mind you. Today, we will mind you. Today, we will mind you. In fact, for the past 7 months that I've moved into farming, people have asked, why are you not planting? Why are you not doing something? And the few studies I make personally as an entrepreneur who are falling and rise and fall and rise and fall. Every 4 years during political administration change, I fall, I rise, I fall. With these studies and other things, I saw that if there's no research base in agriculture, you fail. That's why we are here. So, if former President Kufuor started 23 years, it has not survived. I won't use 1 year. I would do studies, bring people together, and get it well. Because after all, it's not about the money that I'm interested to go. That's why it pushes me. The passion to solve a problem. That when a problem exists, it's an issue. So, eminent researchers, MDs, distinguished, we want to thank the chairman of Church of Pentecost again for allowing us to have this here. We also want to thank all of you. But please, after this, just quickly, we will have sessions. Immediately, we will deploy. In fact, when you get the land, we have bulldozers and excavators at plant. We want to use it for road construction. We say, no, we want to use it for farming. We'll come and clear the land. We'll come and prepare the land. If it is fertilizer, we'll buy. And know that you have interest. I also have interest. And when we begin to do this, it shall go well. I want to thank you for your time and say that we will do this. Yes, we can. And we shall overcome. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please help me celebrate our fearless leader, Dr. Joseph Siawensepong, please. Wow. Please be seated.
Rice is undoubtedly one of the most important staple foods in Ghana. Unfortunately, Ghana has been heavily reliant on importing rice to meet its increasing demand. In the year 2020 alone, Ghana imported approximately 900 million metric tons of rice worth over $1.3 billion, which represent 2/3 of the country's total rice consumption for that year. It is clearly evident that Ghana's domestic rice production is inadequate to keep up with the rising demand, as it only accounts for 1/3 of the country's annual consumption. This situation underscores the need for more investment in the sector to improve the country's food security and sustainability. Against this backdrop, the President of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in his state address on the economy, reiterated his commitment to promoting locally sourced, grown, and manufactured products.
To this end, we will review the standards required for imports into the country. We will prioritize the imports, as well as review the management of our foreign exchange reserves in relation to imports of products such as rice, poultry, vegetable oil, toothpaste, pasta, fruit juice, bottled water, and ceramic tiles, and others, which with intensified government support and that of the banking sector can be manufactured and produced in sufficient quantities in Ghana.
The Jospong Group's rice project is a game-changing intervention in the Ghanaian rice industry that promises to revolutionize and localize rice production cultivation and drastically reduce Ghana's dependence on rice imports.
We must eat what we grow, not imported rice. So we Jospong have come to support and to develop, and then also join everyone here with grip to grow the rice. We will invest money, we will invest technology, we will invest resources, and we will also support the outgrowers.
This project is set to become a beacon of hope for Ghana's agricultural sector, as it not only improves the country's food security, but also creates job opportunities and positively impact and enhance the local economy. The Jospong Group's Rice Project is a bold initiative that reflects the company's commitment to promoting sustainable agriculture and driving innovation in the sector. The project involves identifying suitable land for rice cultivation and employing cutting-edge farming techniques to ensure high yields and quality produced rice. The Jospong Group's partnership with the rice-producing nations include countries such as Thailand, one of the world's leading rice producers. Thailand is renowned for its expertise in rice cultivation, processing, and packaging, and the Jospong Group has been actively learning from the country's experience and knowledge. Through this partnership, the Jospong Group has gained valuable insight into Thailand's rice production techniques, such as land preparation, irrigation, and fertilization. The company has also been able to access advanced technologies and equipment used in Thailand's rice industry. This partnership has been instrumental in driving innovation and promoting sustainable agriculture in Ghana's rice industry. The Jospong Thailand Partnership for Development of Rice Production in Ghana represent a significant milestone in the effort to boost the country's agricultural sector. The Jospong Group's rice project in Ghana has several strategic partners who are working collaboratively to enhance the productivity and efficiency of the project. The project shall be instrumental in promoting sustainable agriculture, enhancing food security, and creating employment opportunities for local farmers and communities. Through strategic partnerships with the Government of Ghana, Rice Research Institute, local farmers, international rice producers, financial institutions, and other stakeholders, the Jospong Group shall leverage on valuable knowledge, expertise, and resources to improve the productivity and efficiency of the project. The Jospong Group's Rice Project is a clear demonstration of the company's commitment to sustainable development and the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
And this is how we give meaning to our mission, improving the lives of people. Bringing closure to this morning's opening ceremony, it's my pleasure to invite our co-chair, who is the chairman of the Council of the CSIR, make welcome Professor Kingsford Adabo.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all. My co-chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on the existing protocols to make some few remarks. This has been like a whirlwind. Just some couple of months, maybe 3 months, 2 months, when my Director General told me that the executive chairman of Jospong had approached him and that he's interested in we collaborating in doing something like this. Normally as council, when we get this information for partnership, there's a process we go through. We have to do due diligence, meet as a council, have committees to look at all this. But this man was always badging on my DJ. He's a person in hurry. He had no time to wait. So he told me, Chairman, this man is so much in hurry. He has a lot of passion. And therefore, we should accelerate the process. I wasn't even in Ghana when the first meeting was done. I watched it on the tube. And so, Dr. CSIR Japan, we really appreciate you. You have a lot of energy. We appreciate people like you. When you talk about Joseph in the Bible, who we know the role Joseph played in food security for Egypt and for his people. You are becoming the Joseph of modern Ghana too. On behalf of the Governing Council of CSIR, I wish to express my joy and deepest appreciation and to the Asian African Consortium Group and its parent company, the Jospong Group, management of CSIR, and collaborators for this bold initiative towards this unique and defining partnership between research and industry. The Act establishing CSIR, that's the Act 521 of 1996, explicitly states, among others, that CSIR Council is to encourage in the national interest for scientific and industrial research of importance for the development of agriculture, health, medicine, environment, technology, and other service sectors, and to this end, to encourage close linkages with the productive sectors of the economy. Let me say that these broad objectives have been pursued by CSIR since its inception in 1958, and more so since the amendment of the Act in 1996, which incorporated contract research and market principles into our operations. Today marks Today's workshop is clearly defined and is to bring a broad range of countries' expertise in agriculture and related disciplines to chart a course towards increasing rice production, specifically making Ghana self-sufficient in rice. I urge all scientists and researchers from CSIR scientists and the universities, partners and the Church of Pentecost, and indeed all Ghanaians to support this initiative. Here we have been treated from morning to this afternoon to very good presentation from key stakeholders. We all can attest to that, including my friends, my brothers from Nigeria. We have friends from Bangladesh. This is actually today truly an international collaboration. I believe that we have a lot to learn from these our friends. I commend the AAC and Jospong Group of Companies for leading the way. We at CSIR, we can rest assured, we pledge CSIR Council's fullest support. See, our fullest support and cooperation in any way to shape or form to make this noble objective a resounding success. In my mind's view, this is the return of Operation Feed Yourself. We have the capacity. Everything we think we need to have, we have. How can we fail? We can't fail. Thank you very much for your attention. The other sessions, I'm sure, will follow. Thank you.
One more time, a round of applause for our co-chair. All too soon, we've come to the end of the opening ceremony. A few announcements. We would like all participants who lodged at the executive block to note that they will have their lunch there. All others will take their lunch at the main cafeteria. But while it's raining, I believe it's time for us to plant, so we'll all go out in the rain and plant some rice before we go and eat. On behalf of our organizers, I'd like to say a very big thank you to particularly God Almighty for giving us the wherewithal to convene and to make all our deliberations possible. Particularly, we would like to also thank our co-chairs, the General Secretary of the Church of Pentecost representing the chairman, together with the chairman of the CSIR, our various speakers. We'd like to thank you all, and to you all our delegates and all our friends joining us online, we want to say thank you. This is just the opening ceremony. The rest of the deliberations will follow after this break. I would humbly invite Professor Bonsu to give us a little brief on the next session. Please, a round of applause as he comes. Professor Bonsu.
Thank you very much, big brother. A few notices. So after here, as he said, this morning, we've just had the opening ceremony. And so the real work will start after here. What we will do when we come back from lunch is that we move into real business of growing rice. Remind the following: Professor Nkansa, Dr. Maxwell Asante, Dr. Samuel Abebrese, Dr. Priscilla Ribeiro, Dr. Gloria Boachiwedu, and Dr. Alan Opong. This group will start the panel discussion after lunch. And I'm just told that we will also have some photographs before we go for lunch. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Professor Busu, thank you very much. In closing, one poem comes to mind. In 1992, I recited this as a class 6 pupil, and I wish to share it with you. It goes like this. Look to yourselves, for all things look to yourselves first. Your land has many things great and good, rich soils, minerals, and others. Do not go to friends cup in hand, for honey and milk flow in your land. Don't say grass is green at their feet, for grass is greener at your feet. You have all the richest gifts in the world. Others have not half your gifts. So look to yourself then and be great. Use all that you have and be great. Life is how you use what you have, not how you use what others have. This is true independence. Let's be truly independent. To this, we rise and with a common destiny. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. We shall sing it with meaning. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong, bold to defend forever the cause of freedom and of right. Fill our hearts with true humility. Make us cherish fearless honesty, and help us to resist oppressors' rule with all our will and might forevermore. And help us to resist oppressors' rule with all our will and might forevermore. This we ask of you, the great God of nations, and all of God's children shall say a big amen. Please be seated for a moment as I invite to take their place up for photographs the official party. We make welcome our co-chairs, the Apostle Kumila B, together with the chairman of the CSIR.
The first session is over. The opening ceremony is over now. We'll be going back for a break, and after the break, resume into various track sessions. That is where the expert will be speaking to the issues one after the other. And as we speak now, there's what we have. The group photograph is being undertaken currently, and we are just waiting patiently so that we can have one or two of them to engage them in conversation. But I'm sure that most of the things that our guest speakers spoke about, you heard it, especially when Elder Dr. Sian Japan, Jospong Group Chairman, spoke about. I am sure that every Ghanaian that worked this morning is so encouraged, and I think that one of our COP executives is also around. Our COP, one of our astute elders, Elder Boete is also here. I just want to gauge his view over the comment that has happened so far, the opening ceremony. What do you make of the things that have been said so far regarding Ghana attaining food security? What we have to do, especially when we have the umbrella of almost all the agricultural scientists gathered in such a conference. Yeah. What's your initial reaction?
Yeah, I think it's a great initiative by Jospong Group of Companies to bring the scientists and the producers together. I think he made a point earlier to say that without research, you will labor in vain on the field. And so it's a great opportunity to bring all these brains together who are specialists in the various areas of food production or crop production, to be together to pour out what is in them for the entrepreneurs to apply it on the field. So for me, it's such a wonderful opportunity to get them together. It's been a great time. And I don't know how many times we've had such an opportunity to bring universities and the research institutions all together like this.
These are real.
It's very, very real, and I think that's why they are excited about it. And I think it's going to be something that will produce great results.
I mean, listening to the group chairman, the rendition, you realize that government has a lot of responsibility to play, especially if you want to achieve food security in this country. As you sat down, as you listen to them, what do you think that the government must do quickly to help the situation, even as we are talking?
Yeah, I think the most important thing to do, I do believe we can learn from Nigeria. We can learn from what has happened in Nigeria. From what has happened in Nigeria, it's amazing the political will in Nigeria to support farmers. And especially the area of finance, not only policy change, the area of finance where the government supports the farming community funds to the banks to be on lend to the productive units at rates very much subsidized. I think that's very critical, and there should be a policy change from government to support this industry.
All right. Thank you very much, Eda. But now I have Prof here. Prof, good to have you around. I'm so grateful. So what did it take to have such a great conference where you are participating for this particular conference?
It has taken the passion that research has to deliver, to harness productivity, national productivity. We are having a lot of imports into our country, but we are in a situation where we can produce, overproduce and export. So that is what enthused the research to come around. And my office, we have been working around the clock with the Jospong Group of Companies, AAC, to ensure that everybody is that has to come here, has come here. And we are going to deliver, we are going to have the Bible that will guide this partnership to deliver as planned.
Prof, I know from the CSIR point of view, you've done a lot, but barely do we hear enough from you. This meeting, as we said, it's not something new. We are not reinventing anything, just that we want to maximize what we have. How much of effort do you think that the government must put in if Ghana is to achieve food security?
This partnership is an answered prayer, and the government should be the one taking the step. Next time around, we want to see the full participation of government in here. Our ministers, our ministries, we want to see them here, the MPs. The government, as we speak, is helping secure the lands even that we use for research, and we want to see more from the government. So we want the government to give us the listening ear. As much as they are paying us, they should take the produce from our research and make Ghana a better place.
And again, Prof, this one must be a word of advice or encouragement to our Ghanaians. The things that are generated in this country, often less premium is placed on it. This time that we are drumming home, that we must make sure that rice sufficiency is enough from our country. What should be the posture of Ghanaians about rice that we grow in this country, things that we have in this country? What sort of attitudinal change do you want to see in Ghanaians, especially towards a made in Ghana product, and specifically with this food?
Let me start by saying that Ghanaians should know that the rice that we import, it is stored rice years. that they are ready to throw it out. That is what they export to us. So what we have here is the fresh rice, the quality rice. It does best in our system. And if we grow the rice, the byproducts of the rice, the husk, the ash, that is what we can use to fertilize our land, what we can use to produce feed for our animals. So what we have is the best, and we should focus on the homegrown rice. That is what I have for Ghana.
Once again, my viewers want to know the person I'm speaking with now.
You are speaking with Professor Marian Dorcas-Quain, the Deputy Director General for the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I'm so grateful. Now I have the consultant to the Nigerian Rice Association. Doctor is here. So, Doc, welcome.
Thank you so much.
We are glad to have seen you around.
Thank you
for
so
honoring
much.
the invitation as
Thank you
well.
so much.
So, best part so far, you told us the story how Nigeria has been able to overcome and turn the deficit around into dividends. Tell us and share with us how much of government involvement was it when you began the project initially, so that Ghana can also learn and get the same results?
In Nigeria, what the federal government did was to reduce the importation at the initial stage and to encourage local production. How did they do that? At the instant, there was an increase in tariff on all the import commodities to discourage the importers of all these commodities. Because when the tariff is high, the profit margin will be very, very low. And it will now give you the chance that instead of me going into import, why can't I have, and we have all the potentials in the country, why can't I locally produce this, which will give me more profit than going to import it? So the government now increased the tariff and the tax for all the import commodities, and thereby encouraging the importers not to go and import these commodities.
But the truth is that I am sure that when government increased the tariff, automatically there was that kind of difficulty because the prices were higher, and I'm sure that at that time too, your local rice build-up wasn't enough, so there was this shortfall. How did the inhabitants, the Nigerians, the consumers of rice there, took that kind of adjustment in terms of their demeanor and composure towards that gap before the dividends started yielding?
Actually, you know, for every country to thrive well, you must undergo some little type of shock. And the shock is that the price of the commodity will definitely rise.
So how did the Nigerians take that shock? That's what I'm interested in. What was their reaction?
The reaction, actually, it was a rough situation to the country because there was a food deficit and the cost is high. The blame will now go to the federal government. The blame was going to the federal government, and thereby the people that has this stock by their store, we are selling it high. And the others, the other local farmers are seeing that these people are living fine. Why can't I also go into that business? So now, that difficulties is now encouraging the others to wake up and go into the production. So you can now see that deficit now was getting closed even before the banning of the importation. So when the federal government now sees that people have now waked up, people are now going into the production. Now the produce is coming up, and that is when the federal the government now says, okay, go, now close the border.
So how long did it take for the government to finally close it and put the total ban on it?
I can say that by discouraging the importation, encouraging the local production, I think the gap of 2 years should be enough before the closure of the border totally. And if a border can be closed for even 2-3 years, you are going to see the significant impact of this policy. And all right.
And then again, you also told us how the central bank got involved in trying to give help to the rice farmers. You know, in an African setting, when an average person gets money, farmer gets money, the story is different. What sort of monitoring and evaluation went into the people who received the funding from the central government in making sure that the reason why they took the money, they use it for the needed results?
The federal government was not linking directly to the farmers. we have a commercial farmers that stand as a mediator between the farmers and the CBN. So when the CBN released these funds to the commercial banks, the commercial banks now circulate to the farmers, and the money was not given to the farmers direct. It is the input that the commercial farmers give into the refund. The commercial bank give money to the refund as a mediator to the farmers too. So the refund doesn't give the money cash to the farmers. What they give is the inputs. And when they're giving to the input to the farmers, it is now based on the area of cultivation for individual farmers. Let's assume it now, if a farmer is going for 1 hectare, you are now giving all the inputs that will enable this farmer to produce an hectare. And now, the farmer is not paying back the money, but he's paying back the commodity.
The commodity, that's fine.
So this thing has been monetized. The product has been monetized. If a farmer is taking a loan of worth of 200 Ghanaian shillings, cedis, the product that is paying back will be worth of that 200,000 cedi. Not the money.
So if I understand you, in Nigeria, you had these established structures.
Yeah.
This is where we are beginning in Ghana,
yeah.
because we are now bringing in the scientists, and then later we can look at it.
Yeah.
What sort of institutional framework or structure must we build in such a way that the system will run perfectly, just as we had?
Yeah.
So tell us the structure you had in Nigeria that was able to work to the average farmer who was involved.
The structure we have in Nigeria is that the federal government approved the loan to the CBN.
From the federal level?
The federal level. Sign MOU with the CBN. That they want to empower so numbers of farmers and rice farmers. And with this, there will be sufficient rice production in the country. The CBN, after taking the approval from the federal government, now give such amount to the commercial farmer, to the commercial bank, to the commercial bank. So it is the commercial bank now that will now stand as a guarantor to the Rice Farmers Association of Nigeria. The association now will now go to the commercial bank and take the loan. The refund is not having direct link to the CBN. He is having link with the commercial bank. So the refund now take the loan from the commercial bank. The refund is now having the money in position. He now capture the farmers, the number of farmers, the hectareage. By calculation, the refund should now expect that at the end of the day, based on the fund I have released, I'm able to anchor about maybe 120 million farmers. And the farmers I have identified, they are into 1 million hectares of land. So I'm expecting that I'll be having at the end of the day aggregate of so commodity. Let's assume now if you are from 1 hectare you are expecting 5 metric tons per hectare, and you've now engaged 1 million farmers. So now you now times the numbers of the farmers you have and the expected projected produce you are expecting. So at the end of the day, you know, now I'll be aggregating so number of paddy.
So
is it clear?
So I get you. So what is your advice to, especially what we are trying to replicate here in Ghana? Must we take our time to get the structures before we commence this revolution?
No.
Or just as we should take on?
I think we should take off. Taking off is 1, to discourage importation. 2, to encourage local production. 3, and to ban importation.
Doc, thank you very much. So we hope to see you in the afternoon session here. So we want to wrap up here. For now, we are breaking for a quick break for the afternoon lunch, and then by 1:30 to 2, they will also come back, and that will be typically expert session. That's where you have the opportunity to brainstorm and then bring out the thematic areas and how to deal and make sure that average farmer on the ground also gets it. And so we are here monitoring, and we are reminding you, you are watching You just watched the opening ceremony of, as we said, Ghana Food Security Conference 2022, and the theme on it is enhancing food security, and we are looking at what our agriculture scientists can bring out, making sure that we contextualize every idea we have within our domain and make sure that rice production and agriculture food sufficiency is generated. So we are working hard that after the session, we'll make sure that we'll get into some of the experts to tease out and understand the information they are going to share here, basically making sure that from here we transform our rice production in this country. And as Ghanaians and those of you watching us, it will take a collective effort. As for the scientists, they will do their best. The entrepreneurs will also support. Government will also bring in its policy. But it is up to us, Ghanaians, to be able to consume what we have. We must have the taste for our Ghanaian food. And then we can take it from there. Because without conscientious effort of trying to accept what we have, it will be very difficult for any progress to be made. So we are here and we are still monitoring every space and every hour. Every information that will come in, we'll make sure that we feed with you. So we'll go for the commercial break. After that, when we resume at 2, we'll continue to monitor events and bring you up to speed. We are here at PCC, and so by at the end of these 2 days, I'm sure that a lot will have been achieved, will have been concretized and visualized so that it can be properly implemented. I know our government are also willing to implement the policies that will benefit Ghana, but together we must make sure that we achieve food sufficiency in this country. My name is JB Danko. I'm here with my crew. We'll be back after the break. Thank you.